Are we good? Are we good? I think we might be good. I think we might just be good. We just might be. We're checking right now. It says preparing stream. Okay, I think we're good. Let me make sure we just have everything going on. Should be gaming. Chess. I think we're finally where we're supposed to be. I think we are finally where we're supposed to be. Yes. Yes, we are. Yes, we are indeed. Let me check to make sure everything is okay over here. Okay, let me. Yep. Okay, we're good. All right. I apologize. Thank you for sticking with me. I know that took 10 minutes, but we are updating the stream constantly, and this is just part of that process. But we are up and running now. Thank you, Sleeper, for coming by. Thank you, Tatui, also for coming by. Sorry I missed you when I was first online. I wasn't quite live yet when you said hello. So we're doing just fine now, though. It is Sunday. We are pretty much playing chess all day today without any other plans. If we decide to do something towards the end of stream, which we sometimes do, then we'll do that. But we are going to be online for 8 hours today. We're starting from right now at 7 a.m. local time, all going all the way till 11 a.m. And then we are going to get off, and I'm going to go about my day. I've got some no work today, but some family obligations and a little bit of volunteer work as well. And then I'll be back online later this night at 8 p.m. to midnight my time. So I hope you'll join me for that. We're going to start with our puzzles here in a moment, as we normally do. I'm going to be doing the puzzle rush, maybe playing some Blitz, seeing if I can get my after we have a viewer called Nikita who just has been raking me over the coals every time we play. So need to get some of my elo back, and we're gonna be having fun doing that. We have a giveaway happening. I hope if you would like to win a where is my streamer bot docs now that I'm thinking about it though? I have not seen those happen just yet. Where are they? Let me try to see what is going on with those. Test trigger? There they are. Great, and let's test the other one as well. There we go. So check out my socials if you do enjoy chess shorts. I am posting every Sunday, Monday, Wednesday, and Friday. I have today's ready to go. As soon as I get off stream today, it will be uploaded. And so if you enjoy that, please check me out. Thank you so much for everyone who's been coming by as late with the song requests, with the 24-hour stream. We had so many cool people that drop by. I'm trying to improve the stream every time I go live, and I'm doing it all mostly so I can be more entertaining. Billy was just so amazing yesterday with the bits. We played some Fortnite with Jace. I got carried pretty hard, but I'm getting better. That was my first time playing build in a very very long time. I don't think I've played build in Fortnite since like season 2. So it was different and I enjoyed it, and I just forgot how to build everything. But then I remembered how to build everything, and then I just forgot to do it in the middle of the battle. But hopefully in the future we might be able to play again a little bit more. It's kind of crazy how fast people build in that game. It's always kind of shocking to me. I don't know if it's a good thing or a bad thing that people build so fast and seem to know what they're doing so easily. I don't at all, but it was fun. I had a lot of fun playing. Another ad break. I do apologize for all the ads. If you are watching me on Twitch, I probably need to find some way to mute this over my head. There's quite a bit of light hit me in the dome, but we're always fixing things. We're always making things better. Did I mention everything? I think that's just about it. Oh, we have at request of one of our viewers added even some more voices now on for our TTS giveaway and open song requests. I think that's about it. Let us get started with our puzzles. I think that's going to be quite fun. Where's our, hopefully all of our scenes are still working. The Are we on the right playlist? I think so. Okay, just testing, hoping our Spotify will fix itself at some point. Hopefully it will. We shall see. In any event, we have our board up. We have our puzzle rush up. For the first time in a long time, it looks like we don't even have to modify our board, even in the slightest. So that's good. Play one game with you first. I always start the day with puzzles. It's like it's a tradition. It's what I'm going with. Right after I'm done with puzzles, if you would like a game, Insane Gamer, I would be more than happy to play you with one. But I start with puzzles. It's just who I am. It's what I do. I like starting with puzzles. It's a great warm up. It gets me in the right mindset and does tactics, and I enjoy it. So that's what we're going to start with. After survival, though, if you would like a game, then we can. Fook Life. How are you doing, Fook Life? How is things over on Twitch? Thank you for dropping by. I'm starting with puzzles. I'm glad you like puzzles. If you want to play along with the puzzles, then please call out what you want. I don't mind. Some streamers tend to not like it when you call out puzzles. For me, it is completely okay. Let's see. This is just Mate in one. If you're unfamiliar with puzzles, if anybody else is watching, you get a point per puzzle for every puzzle you solve. You get that point. There's only one right move in any given puzzle on any given move. If you make the wrong move, you get a strike. And that's 3 strikes and you're out. The puzzles get increasingly difficult with time. Sorry. See, this is what I mean. I'm not quite awake yet. I missed a Mate in one because it was being silly. But these first few puzzles just kind of tend to fly by. There's normally just simple forks as we go. I've already kind of made a little oopsie, but that's no big deal. That happens all the time, in fact. And we are into number 11, so now we can slow down a little bit and pay attention to the puzzles. Here, it looks like it's check. And if the king goes over, we just chase it and force it back out so we can mate on the G2 square. Is it morning time in your area? It is 7:16 a.m. in the morning. Sundays are the only mornings where I am scheduled to stream. It's because on Sundays I have some family obligations, and I also have volunteer work in the afternoon, and so I stream every day 2 to 6 p.m. It's on my schedule if you're curious. It's every day 2 to 6 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. So normally I wouldn't be on for another 6 hours, but today we do the mornings and the evenings. I also throughout the week throw in some morning or evening streams, but those are completely this is just forking the king and the rook. I also do, that's a weird thing, the some morning and evening streams, but sorry, I lost my train of thought. But those are not scheduled. Those are not scheduled at all. Where you just block with the bishop, so our king maintains parity with the other king. I'm sorry, opposition. This is called opposition when the kings are looking like this, sharing the 3 squares in between them. So we move the bishop so we can maintain that parity and checkmate the king on the back rank. The king cannot go anywhere because the bishop will be blocking the C1 square and the bishop will be blocking the F2 square. So he's kind of firmly stuck on the back rank. And they're forced to trade off the rook and then delays the inevitable. This is my favorite mating pattern. If you've never seen this pattern, this comes up in games. Like, you will come up with this in games. That's why I like chess.com's puzzle system. A lot of the things you see are patterns that actually come up in games. And this is certainly one of them. And this is my favorite. So I'm sure you already know what it is. If you've been watching me at all, you go to knight h3, and it not only checks the king with the knight, but the queen, so the king is forced to move. That's the only way you can get out of a double checkmate. So he goes into the corner, and then you sack the queen on g1, and it looks like this. And now the king is what we call smothered. Even if it was an illegal move, he still can't make it because it's completely blocked in it by his own pieces, and then you just bring the knight back over to its original square for the checkmate. It's my favorite mating position. And this is probably almost certainly a queen sack. It's our only check. Is it really? That's your favorite one? Duolingo. You learned on Duolingo. What's your, like, I've used Duolingo. Not a fan, but I get the joke. So you sack the queen, king is forced to take, and then you have this rook coming back on the back rank. The king can try to escape to e2, but the queen is just going to this way. There's definitely a mate in there. Well, anyway, it's definitely the queen sack. Here is covered. This is covered too. So how do we finish the game? It's probably right here, coming and cutting the king off, maintaining control of the dark squares. Duolingo has chess? Does it? Not when I used to play. I might actually have stuck with Duolingo if I knew it had chess. Here, it's important just to understand this long diagonal here. We're going to trade queens 100%. And we would be queening at the same time, but I get it just one tempo before my opponent. And then I'm on the light squares and I can cover their checkmate, or their promotion square. So it is fine to just trade off the queens and get a new one, and the enemy cannot get their queen fast enough. Wow, that's pretty cool, actually. I know they had a partnership, like a promotion with chess.com, but I didn't know it was backwards. Like, I knew that Duolingo was doing something with chess.com, but I didn't know it was happening in reverse. This is a pretty cool mating pattern. You see this, again, a lot in games. You want to come in to checkmate the king on h2, but you're not quite... Is there no... Sorry, hold on. Where's my audio? Oh, okay. Ooh, I'm just trying to get used. Just trying to get used to this new OBS setup. If you're just joining for the first time, we're now using Stream Elements to multi-stream, and it's working fine, but it took some getting used to, and it's kind of messed my OBS how it looks a little bit. But anyway, we would love to mate the king on the h2 by taking queen takes h2, but this pesky knight is currently guarding that pawn, but we can just take it with check. So we just remove the defender of the pawn and then come in for the checkmate. I find Duo Chess to be a bit easier to stick to for puzzles. I really like chess.com's daily puzzle system. You just log in once, and I like how quickly you can get through it. I like how they have both timed and survival. Do they have the same thing on Duolingo? Besides learning, you can even play online chess games on Duolingo. What is it like over there, though? Like, genuinely, is it good? It's almost certainly going to be able to, like, if we don't... Yeah. Hold on one second. So here, if push, we check, and then swing the knight over to block f8 square. We have no other way of stopping both these pawns at all. Like, the king cannot catch up. Like, this is promoting one way or the other. Give me 1 second, though. Maybe, yeah. Like, even this would be just devastating. There's no way to stop everything. So it's going to be rook takes pawn. It's the only way to stop the pawns from promoting. And then we'll clean up on the other side of the board, and that will be a one game. We have this fun queen sack where queen takes pawn, rook takes queen, but then we have this back rank threat with the other rook supporting on the
I'm busy, Aaron, so ping me and send a position.
I'm busy right now, so ping me and send a position. If I need a bailout, are you saying if Nikita often gives me lifelines, so a 50-50, a second chance, and a ask the audience lifeline, and so if I need those, I will reach out to Nikita on Discord and do that. Very oftentimes, because I miss puzzles and lose the game and don't use a lifeline because I don't think I need one. I think I have the puzzle solved. That's the only trick. We would love to just mate the king on the backside, but he's got this open white square on f7, but we can just cover that square by taking on d6, and the knight will cover that square with the check. Thank you so much for that, Nikita. Thank you so much for that. Don't forget, we do have a giveaway. If anybody would like to join the giveaway, it is ! giveaway to do that. let's see here. We currently on this one, this puzzle looks a little bit more complicated. The king is currently star for space. I don't see a check here. So it's almost certainly going to be a queen sack or something similar. Maybe here instead. Yeah. Yeah, this is a little bit more complicated. So it's going to be queen to d3 to bring in the check. The queen cannot block because the knight is covering, so the king is forced back into the corner, and then we just have this nifty move, knight check, and then queen can certainly sack to protect the queen, and we'll just win the queen. But otherwise, the king has to move forward, and then we get the double check with the rook, and we're just going to be completely winning that position and forking the king and the queen at some point. It's just a winning. There's too many threats for this not to be the move. This is a weird-looking fork, but it is a fork where we push the pawn onto d5, attacking the bishop and the queen at the same time. Okay, well, we can just continue to attack the queen, and then we take the bishop. We have white to move. The white king has no space at all. I'm sure there's a way to take advantage of that somehow. Let's check our checks. We have this check, which doesn't seem to do anything. Excuse me. We also have this check, which doesn't do anything, but we also have this nifty check, which is just hard to see. It's moving this nice little move, bishop to f1, just moving the bishop backwards and just attacking from a different angle. He can block, but then the other rook comes in for support, and I think after we cut off the b6 square, because he can block, but then we can just finally move in with the bishop and finish, and just close the door. Okay, that doesn't do anything. It's interesting that the computer took that line. We do have open song requests as well. Our bot, for whatever reason, is not currently working. It happens. We will be transitioning to a YouTube-based bot at some point, but right now it's Spotify-based, and I can only do so much over there. IoTiff, how is it going? How are you doing? Yes, we 100% can after we finish our puzzles. And Insane Gamer has asked for a game as well, but I'm not sure Insane Gamer is still around. But you will be next in line for sure, IoTiff, if you would like to play a game after we finish our puzzles. We always start the day with survival. I made an oopsie because it's still early in the morning for me. I'm not used to being up at this hour. Normally, I would not even be awake for another 30 minutes, and then I'd just be starting my day, eating my breakfast, drinking my coffee. But it's 7 a.m. here. I do stream. I'm always scheduled to stream in the morning on Sundays because I have family obligations and volunteer work on Sundays, and so we just start a little bit early on Sundays. On the Duolingo, so for me, I like the idea of a friend streak. I got my non-chess playing friend to enjoy chess and stick to it, and I don't want the streak to die, so I'll play every day. If it's just my own streak, I don't really care, and it is more likely to just let it go. Oh, okay. That's pretty cool. I like that. That's pretty neat. What have you got there? Okay, that is a YouTube link. We currently are using a Spotify-based playlist, but okay, let me grab it and we'll play it. We'll be more than happy to play that, sir. It is in queue. It will play next. Thank you so much for the song request. Like I said, I have to manually add things at the moment, but it is in the playlist. Thank you so much. Thank you for joining the giveaway, Sleeper. We do have a giveaway happening on the 31st. You do not need to be present to win. You do not need to purchase anything. It is just free to join, and you just have to do a couple chat commands in any of the chats where I stream, and you can enter. We're giving away a $25 Steam gift card or something of equivalent value if you don't have a Steam account. We have trading happening in the center, but it doesn't look like it wins anything at the moment, but I'm sure there's some way to take advantage of that. We have our rook we could swing over, perhaps, but we also have our bishop under attack, but it's protected by the queen, so maybe that's not too big an issue. Question is, why can't the rook just back away? Well, because it's pinned to the queen, so I think we just bring our rook over. No? Okay. I guess I didn't calculate that right. That was a little bit dang for the level 27 puzzle. Not a problem, though. We're just kind of rushing through our puzzles this morning. I'm not fully awake. I'm drinking some coffee, but that's okay. This is great tactics training. Okay, the rook is definitely pinning this knight to the queen, though, so this is 100% the fork. If we take here, the knight saves itself, so we have to take the knight first, and then just accept that our pawn is a little bit out of whack. It is more than worth it to win the game. It feels like if we just take here, that this will be a losing endgame because then it's rook for a queen, but I don't think this queen is going to be able to stop this pawn fast enough. Yes, the queen can, after recapturing, try to move out to bishop 6 to stop the pawn, but then we have this knight move, rook to c8 check, and then, which will guard the promotion of the pawn. So it's takes, push, check, promote. A little 4-move puzzle. So it's take, push, check, promote. Okay. Our bishops, when they're like that, cover a lot of squares. This pawn is covering this square as well. So the king only has this square and the square it's on to survive. I'm sure there's a great way to finish here. Could certainly play this move. We'll cover all the squares and move the king over. And then how would we finish after that? We could check. The rook could take. But then it's just a recapture. And we win a rook if nothing else. Maybe that's not the move, though. That doesn't feel like it's the move. What about check here? It frees up this square. And it still allows the king over onto h5. So that's probably not it. It's mate in 1. Here covers. Yep, you're right. I would have found it. I was checking all the checks. I was just checking. I checked this one first. And then I checked this one. I was getting ready to check this one. I'm sure I was. That's a great catch, Fook. Great catch. We're getting into the 30s now, so puzzles are going to go up and challenge. I'm really sorry I missed that early puzzle. This was just a simple mate in 1. I just normally blow through those, and I moved through that one so fast I wasn't paying attention. So we are down to 2 strikes. We only have 1 puzzle left. But honestly, as long as we're into the 30s, I don't mind too much. My record is 54. I normally make it into the high 30s, low 40s, guaranteed. But, sometimes we have days like this, especially when we're streaming in the morning. So, not a problem. Thank you for the catch, Fook. If you see a move, feel free to call it out. I may not necessarily listen. I may try to ignore it, but feel free to call it out. I do not mind anything in the suggestion market. This is an interesting song. This is definitely an interesting song. IOTIF, thank you so much for the suggestion. Not only will the song now play on stream, but it will be added to a playlist that currently has 1,057 songs, all song requests that people have come by and requested on the stream. Okay. There's a lot going on in this puzzle. We have this pin that we'd like to take advantage of, but I'm not seeing the easiest way to do that. The only real way to fortify an attack is here, but the knight tries to defend and then we shove it away, I'm guessing. That's what it looks like to me. Yeah, and then we just take the knight. Okay, another complicated puzzle with these long bishops on the side of the queen side of the board, applying pressure on the king side. But how do we take advantage of everything here? We have a fork that we would like to do here, but the knight is currently covering with the bishop. So, but if we dislodge the protection by removing the knight after they trade, then we can take and fork. So it's just this is one of those puzzles where it's like it's just an order of operations. You got the right idea, you just have to make sure you execute it properly. This is the same. This is my favorite mating pattern, just with a twist. But it's the exact same thing where we smother mate the king in the corner with the knight. So we take the pawn, we sack the queen. It's the rook comes in, smothering, and then we finish with knight to f7. We'll go slow so you can see this. This is my favorite pattern. Just check. Sack here is supported by the bishop, so the rook has to take. Now the king is smothered. It has nowhere to go, and the knight comes in and jumps on his head. Total Koopa stomp. Yeah. Goomba stomp. What am I thinking? It's early in the morning. Did I mention it's early in the morning? And this song is waking me up, though, and I'm enjoying my morning coffee. This is not the song, but this is DJ. Is this not the song you wanted? It's the only one that's available on Spotify. I do apologize. If it's not on Spotify, then I can't. It won't populate on the playlist. You can link YouTube ones and it will cross-reference to see if it's over there, but if it's not on Spotify, it won't play. Funk music are good too. Oh, I think I'm wrong copy. Oh, okay. If you know the right copy, just link it and I will make sure it gets added to the queue. Okay, so this is a little bit complicated. We have these two rooks just kind of staring at each other. We have this bishop out here by itself, and then we have our queen on this awkward file. I'm sure there's a way to take advantage of all this, but I'm not sure. Let's check the check first. This is the check, and then just rook takes rook, rook takes rook, and the rook is pinning my bishop to the queen. I can certainly guard it, but I don't think that's the answer to the puzzle because I don't actually get anything out of that. I could take the bishop, but that's our only check. We could take this bishop, but this queen is currently guarding, and I don't see any easy way to dislodge the queen either, because we have a white squared bishop, and neither of our knights are attacking the queen. This is, if you are a knight attacking who wants to take any piece that's two squares away on a diagonal, it takes 3 moves to get there. Just be aware. And if you're a knight who's 2 squares in between you and the queen, it takes 2 moves to get to an attack. So certainly not going to be dislodging that queen with a knight. So what is it? So what is the plan here? What is the idea here? I think what it's going to be is just simply taking this knight. If we take the knight, not only do we have an even trade with it, but then we can take the rook on e1, because then our bishop won't be blocking. We will coordinate the queen and the rook. We will connect them. If he takes with the rook and ignores the bishop, we have the option to take with either piece here and be okay, I think. I think it's better to take with the queen, though, just so we don't get our bishop pinned again with rook e1. So we take with the queen. And okay, it's definitely not here because of this check, so we got to move into the corner. It's kind of funny how they do black hole. Black hole it is. Let me add that in. Thank you for the song request. Black Hole by, the only Black Hole I see is by Soundgarden, which is Black Hole Sun. Is that the song you wanted, or is it Without a Space? Black Hole Without a Space is by Architects or IVE? Is it by IVE or by Architects? By DJ Talor? Black, oh, there it is. Got it. Got it. Add to queue, add to playlist. Thank you so much. It's in. It will play next. Thank you so much, IOTIF. If you have any other songs, feel free to add them in. Normally, we have a automated bot that does that for us. It's just not working today, and it's not the bot's fault. For whatever reason, Spotify cuts off API access randomly sometimes, and so sometimes Spotify would just stop working at randomly, seemingly randomly sometimes, but it'll come back online when the API access is restored. This is the reason why we're switching to a YouTube bot at some point, but for now, this is what we've got. There's a lot happening in this position. It's worth counting pieces. We have 3 minors. 3 minors to 1 and 2 rooks versus 1 and then the queens. So we're slightly we are slightly behind in material because having the bishop and the knight is certainly, or having a double bishop pair against a rook is certainly an advantage, and they've got pretty decent pawns. We do have this pawn that we can push onto e7 though, which looks pretty tasty. It's worth noting there's no check on my king. This just gets the knight taken, so it's almost certainly going to be this move. The bishop can't stop it because the rook is covering the c6 square, and so we just look to promote. I didn't see that. How do we defend that? It's probably here because the queen is covering. It could be a block, but then we run into this, and it's going to be mate. So yeah, it has to be this. Then we trade the queens, but that's okay because we get a new queen. And then we have brand new queen, and that's certainly good. This is me, Nathan, and YouTube. I am new here. Oh, Nathan, hello. Thank you so much for coming over onto the Twitch side where you can listen to music. Even Black Hole Documentary is good as a sleeping time music. Not heard that one. I will take your word for that, but that's so cool, Nathan. YouTube, I can't play music, so it makes sense why you might want to be on Twitch or Kick instead, because we have unlimited song requests over here. Feel free to suggest as much song as you want. We have a viewer named Jace who essentially has a favorite rap artist called Trippie Redd, and I think they've added every single Trippie Redd song in existence onto the playlist now. And has started with Drake, too, I believe. Okay. What do we have going on here? We have a major attack happening on our bishop, threatening to win a pawn. This queen is also breathing down our knight's neck. So I kind of like this move, knight to b5, because it's forking the queen and the bishop. Has to be dealt with, but then no matter how the queen tries to save itself to avoid the knight, we just end up winning the bishop on d6. I don't think that changes anything. We just take the bishop, which is free, and then we get a free queen. That works. Black to move. We've got 35 puzzles. I'm very happy with this, considering the way, considering we are streaming on the morning. It's a little bit different, and I'm okay with this. It's important when you play puzzles, you not to get discouraged if you have bad starts. You can always restart as well if you have that is the one thing. If you do not have a membership with chess.com, you can't just keep playing over and over and over again puzzles. You only get one survival a day. But I actually like that because it prevents me from obsessing and just playing over and over and over again, because that is the type of person I am. When I first started playing chess, I could log on to the free internet chess server, which was my server of choice at the time, and just play and play and play and play all night long for 12 hours. But only having access to one survival puzzle rush a day makes sure I can't do that even if I wanted to. Although now I have a membership, so take that for what it's worth. We have two checks here. This winds up to this, but like I said, then the king and the knight have two empty squares between them, which means there's no attack on the knight to the king to follow up on. And since this pawn is covering the g7 square, I run out of checks. There's just nothing to do. So it's certainly not this move. So let's look at our other check, which is knight to g6. Knight to g6, the king comes up. And then we can reposition the knight onto knight f7 for another check, and cutting off the h7 square so that our rook can finish the job on the g8 square when the king retreats to h8. So this is what it looks like. It's knight check, knight check. All right, 36 up. We're on hopefully our 37th point here. If you see any puzzle answers, let me know and we will use them. I'm aware Nikita is still available as a resource if I get really stuck, but I don't know. Considering the way the morning is going, I feel like I'm going to end up just losing before I have a chance to really take advantage of that. This is our only check that I see that doesn't lose a piece right away. This and this just gets the knight and the rook taken. Our only other check is here, so it's almost certainly the move. But let's see if we can understand why. The rook certainly can't block because we just take it and then mate on the e7 square. And so rather than lose right away, the king will be forced to move to the d8 square. And then how do we deal with that? It's important to realize we can't play a quiet move like pawn takes, planning to checkmate later on the 7th, because then with our queen removed, the enemy queen can kill us on the back rank. So it's certainly not going to be that. What if instead, okay, I missed a check. What if instead of checking this way, we check this way, and the king moves over? And then we can sneak over to the d6 square. This is why the queen is the most important, powerful piece in the game, because it has the ability to move like a rook and a bishop at the same time. And so we're just going to finagle our way into the e7 square. We're just going to go forward, right, and upright. So little Street Fighter arrow action happening here, where we just move in this direction. If the knight tries to block at any point, we just take it, because from all three squares we're going to be attacking the d7 square, so the knight can never actually come in. So it's check, check. We got no check. Well, we have one check. Is it this check? It might be this check. Let's take a look. If check, pawn takes, the queen has no follow-up check, so I'm going to say it's not that. Again, thank you so much, Nathan, for coming by. It's good to see you. I'm glad you moved over from the YouTube to the Twitch. I always tell everyone to watch on whatever platform you prefer. If you like YouTube for its convenience, you're always on YouTube, I can understand. If you want music, then Kick and Twitch are certainly options. Just if you don't like ads, there's always Kick. Some people, I now have ads on my channel. I put as minimal as possible. None was not an option. If I could delete the ads on the channel, I certainly would, but that's not how Twitch works. And so, but I did add the minimum, which is 3 minutes every hour. So I think that's as unintrusive as I can make it. And because I'm running a minimum of 3 minutes of ads, you can you don't have pre-rolls when you come into the stream either. So that's about the best I could do. But if you didn't want to watch with ads, currently we have Kick. You can, if you prefer on Twitch, there's all kinds of ways to watch ad-free on Twitch. Tony's Mayhem. Thank you so much for the song request. Tony's Mayhem by, let's see, that's almost certainly by Ravel Bossrer? Pretty sure from Marco, huh? Okay. Oops. I hit the wrong button. So adding to playlist and adding to queue. Thank you so much for the song request. It will play next. I moved to Twitch because I want to hear the song. Absolutely. That's what I'm saying. If you like song requests, then you have Kick and Twitch. If you just have convenience and you like YouTube and don't care about music, you can watch over there. If you want to watch without ads and you're okay with Kick, then you watch on Kick, wherever you like. That's the way it should be. So it's not a check at all, but we are attacking this knight, and it's probably going to be the right move. But to understand why, we have to understand that once we take this pawn, we're going to pin the queen where he moves. And the queen will be unsupported. So it's just take here, and then when we take with its pawn, we're pinning the bishop. The knight can come in, but then we just take it for free, because again, the bishop still can't move, and so we just pick up a knight in the process. But we have to pin the bishop to the queen so the bishop can't move, and then we win a free knight. And we'll probably end up picking up that bishop in the near future too. Let's check our checks. We have this check and this check. Let's check the queen first because it looks like it's the right move. It's the most forcing move because it only gives the king the option to move here or here. But I think we might run out of checks after that unless I'm missing something. Well, we also have this knight, now that I'm looking, that can also come in for the check. We also have this bishop that can come in for the check. So there's a lot happening in this position. The answer is not immediately obvious to me. So let's see what we can do in the position. It's almost certainly one of these checks, though, right? It's almost certainly one of these three checks. Let's see which one makes the most sense. Let's calculate it out. So if here... Here, how do we proceed after that? I don't see any way, because our queen is going to be on a white square, we can't come in directly. So I'm not seeing any move that makes sense after that. We could move queen to h5, because we're currently covering the back. We'd still be covering the back. We'd be threatening all kinds of nastiness on the pawn over here, and I'm not sure there's a great way to defend other than here, and that might be all the queen needs. Might be. Well, no, because then we can, okay, I think it probably is going to be this move, but let's check the other checks first. If here, the main problem is not with the king coming over here. That is easily solved with queen to f3, which is the reason why I think it's going to be h5 when we're all said and done. But let's take a look. If here, this is the real issue, and we run out of checks. The queen can't come in. The queen won't be able to come in. The rook won't be able to come in. Nothing will be able to come in. Okay, hold on. We do have this move though, which is a check. It forces the queen out. And then we can win the queen by sacking the rook on g1. So maybe it is the rook check. I was going to say I like this move, but there must be some defense the king has somewhere. It certainly has this check now that I'm looking at it to stall the game. So yeah, I think it's going to be the rook check. If king into the corner, the queen comes in for the checkmate. If the king retreats this way, then we have this neat move, queen to c4. So we checked all our checks. You know, I thought it was going to be queen h5, but then we found this neat little resource where we sacked the rook on to the g1 square. So let's go slow on this one. It's check, and then I'll show you what I mean here. And then we found this nice little resource, which is rook to g1, forcing the king to take, and then dislodging the protection of the queen. So check and winning the queen. Let me make sure we did play, right? Yes, we did play Tony's Mayhem. Awesome. Awesome. Hopefully our Spotify bot will at some point during the stream come back on. There's all kinds of interesting things happening in this position. I like knight takes because after knight takes and rook takes, the queen can try to run and hide somewhere to prevent the rook from taking it. But we have this revealing attack on the king. So wherever the queen goes, our rook will be able to follow wherever the queen tries to run. So I think it's just going to be knight takes pawn, knight takes knight, or knight, yeah, and then rook takes knight for the win. And then wherever the queen tries to go, the rook tracks it down and finishes the job. Just looking to see if there's anything better, though. Maybe there's something better. Just checking our checks. This certainly doesn't work. Does this work? No, that doesn't work. Yeah, so it's knight takes pawn, and then rook takes, and then we have one of these moves is right, and one of them is wrong. I'm not sure why there's a difference here. We're going to be attacking the king either way. One of them is different, though. One of them is different. I'm not sure why. It looks like this would be just as good as this, right? But there is a difference. There must be a difference. There must be a difference. Okay, the difference is if I move here, the queen can just back up and then block. That's what it is. But if we move here and the queen tries to back up to block, we still can take the queen. So it's good to understand the difference here. It's good to understand in these puzzles, there's only one right move. There's only one right move. So you got to check them both. Fucking Billy, how goes it, Billy? How goes it, my good sir? How are you doing this morning? This is a 7 a.m., 7:50 a.m. now at my time, and we're just doing our puzzles. This is going to be our 40th puzzle, and we're just getting our day started. We're going to be on for 8 hours today, 4 hours in the morning, 4 hours in the evening. I have family obligations and volunteer work on Sundays, and so we just stream a little bit different just on Sundays. I hope you're having a fantastic Sunday, Billy. Are you having a fantastic Sunday? I know I am. Normally, I'd be 10 minutes away from waking up on any given day. I normally wake up at 8 a.m. every day. I think it's a good schedule for me. I normally am in bed by 1 a.m. and up at 8 a.m. I normally try to get at least 7 hours of sleep at night. I can't hear anything because I'm riding a car and I don't have headphones, but soon I'll be home.
I can't hear anything because I'm riding a car and I don't have headphones, but soon I'll be home.
I'm glad you enjoy the Squidward voice. Due to Nikita's request, we've also added Trump and Obama. Well, he asked for Trump, but I wanted to make sure it was balanced out. So we got a Trump and we got an Obama voice. But I really like the SpongeBob voices. Those are the ones I immediately went to when I got access to TTS Monster. If anybody is curious, we do have currently these voices that are available. We have some just regular voices. We have some voices that have been named after audience members like Riku, Jace, Leviathan, Malpa, Nikita, and Rek for Reki. For Rekful Reki, who is a streamer here on Kick, who likes to, or on Twitch, that likes to come by. And then we have, on the back half, we have those meme voices, SpongeBob, Squidward, Plankton, Kermit the Frog, Gladys, Bart Simpson, Donald Trump, and Barack Obama. So we have all those voices now. I hope you enjoy those. That's awesome, though. Where are you heading to, Billy? Well, you said you couldn't hear anyway, so I don't know why I'm asking. We have all kinds of nastiness coming on to our king. So it's probably, almost certainly, because we're also down in pawns and just like losing the game. Our queen's under attack as well. So it's almost certainly going to be a check, check, check until we kill the king. I don't see a check with the rook that makes sense. Our only other check is here. And so I'm just going to shoot it out because it can't be anything else. Because like I said, otherwise we're just going to lose the game. There's two options here. I like the rook coming in because it also guards the pawn, but is that the right move? I don't know. So here, and then again, our knight is pinned, so it cannot be moved, and then we lose checks because when the king stays on the white squares, the only white square we have to follow up on is here, but that just loses it to the knight. So it's almost certainly not this move. So it's almost certainly this move, so we can move nice and close to the king, protecting the pawn as well, and the king's only escape square is still over here, and this is fun. It's a neat little finish. We force the king over here, and this pawn is covering the white squares. The queen will be covering all of the other squares, so the king dies trying to come close to us. The king just is forced forward and into a checkmate. Yeah, you're right. Fook, you called it. You 100% saw it. That's exactly what it was. We have a king here. The pawn is covering these two squares, so our opponent is very, very weak on the light squares. We're going to need to cover this dark square at some point, and we also want to prevent the king from escaping to c8. So we have two ways in doing that. The bishop could prevent it from getting back here, but it can't do anything about this dark square. So it's almost certainly going to be the queen instead that prevents the king from escaping, forces him over here or here. We'll have to look at both. If it moves to the center, the queen just comes in for the checkmate. If the king moves back, okay, this is very instructive. This is a very instructive puzzle. If the king moves back, then the bishop and the king or the queen are going to work together to close the final door. And it's important. The order is important. And I'll show you why the order is important. Let me make the first move so you can see why it's important. So the king moves back here, and the idea is if the queen comes in, the other queen can block. And then you might think, well, then I can bring in the bishop. But the problem is the square the queen is currently on is then going to be empty, so the king can escape. So it's important you make the bishop move first. It will force the king forward, and so we can checkmate. But the important bit is that the queen never gets off the d8 square in that order. If that makes sense. But the queen and the bishop are both getting to these squares, but the order when they get there is very important. If you move the queen first, and the queen can block, but more importantly, it frees up a square for the king. And we're strong on the light squares, but weak on the dark squares. So that is the move. We just have to go in with the bishop first. Okay, we've got this breathing down the king's neck, so we certainly have at least one check that is guaranteed to be good. We're currently getting sauced on the back rank over here. I'm not saying it's an immediate mate, but it's certainly at least check, check. And it's very important on this puzzle to know that normally if the enemy can stall the game, it's normally not the right move. In other words, like it's going to be check until the enemy king is dead, almost certainly. So let's see how we can do that. We can check the king. The king is forced here. It's a very forcing move as well. And normally if you have a check that forces, that is forcing, it's almost always the right move. It may not, it's not always, but it almost always is. We're up to 42 puzzles, by the way. We should only have one strike, but I made an oopsie really early on. It happens when I move a little bit too fast, and it's in the morning, and I had just woken up practically. I had a beautiful breakfast, though, so I'm feeling very good on that. Always get a good breakfast in. They say it's the most important meal of the day, and that is true, but it doesn't mean it's when it should be the biggest or heaviest meal of the day. It depends on what you're doing that day. So I had just a little bit of fruit this morning, and I'm feeling quite nice with that. I hope everyone is having a wonderful Sunday, getting some good breakfast and getting their day started right. Or maybe you're in the afternoon already. Maybe your day is already in full swing, and that's pretty cool, too. Low Spain. I don't know who suggested this song. I'm gonna skip it only because I do like the song, but I've heard it so much here in the U.S. I don't know about the rest of the world. This song in the 90s and in the 2000s was like on the radio 24/7. I've heard it a million times. I'm not currently matching. It's not currently matching my morning vibe, so we're just gonna skip that song. That one too. That one too. Just looking for something a little bit better. Now, I know who suggested this song. I think it's going to be more matching my current vibe. We do have open song requests for anybody who would like to play a song. It says !SR, and it will be added onto the queue, and it will be added to the playlist so I can listen to it over and over and over again. We currently have 1,059 songs in the suggestion playlist. That's 1,059 songs, I'm sorry, that have been from viewers who have come by and wanted to listen to a song. We've had some original songs that have even been requested. I'm not sure how we proceed after this. We can follow the king onto the back rank, but that gives the enemy a lot of leeway, a lot of escape squares, but maybe that's okay. Let's see what happens after that. It feels like after we get all these checks in, the king is at some point either forced onto the F file or over here. I was hoping at some point we could get our queen out guaranteed, but I'm not sure I see how we do that. We could certainly make some shuffling moves. I'm not sure that's it. Maybe, okay, I see what it is. I see the mating pattern. Did anybody else see it? Is heaviest meal your lunch or dinner? For me, for me personally, I tend to eat very light these days. I'm not sure you can tell, but I've lost about 50 pounds this year. I've lost a lot of weight, and it's largely because I've cut out heavy meals in general. So I've started eating a little bit more Mediterranean in what I'm eating, and eating eating lighter meals and just like letting my stomach just kind of get used to that, because we're very portion heavy here in the States. And but normally the heaviest meal of my day for me personally is in the evening, where I will have a little bit more. Yeah. My breakfast is very light, and sometimes I don't even eat lunch. So definitely dinner. Dinner for me. How about yourself? When is your heaviest meal of the day? And this does look like it's mate in 3. This is a fun one. It is a check, and the king is forced over. And then we have this neat little move, rook and g5, which cuts off all the squares. Our rook is covering everything, but the rook itself that we originally took with. But that's okay, because after the king recaptures our rook, we have this really fun move, queen h3, which comes in, closes the file, and finishes the game. We'll go slow in case you're not sure why this is the answer. It's here. We move the rook over, letting the king take the other rook. He's forced to, though, because the rook is covering all these squares. So he has to take the rook, in fact. And then when he does, our queen comes in to finish the job. Very fun one. My all meal is heavy. Ha! That's a good one. Okay, let us see what song we have here. Okay, we have Ambatukam Termuwani by DJ Nansuya. Very cool. Very cool. Thank you so much for the song request. What language is this? I'm curious. If you don't mind, Iotif, what I just like to know what's on the playlist, because I think it's very fun. I am a huge fan of music in general. I love listening to music of all sorts, any language. So we have French and German and Philippine music from the Philippines, music from China. We have, I think we even have some Vietnam. We have some Tamil music coming out of India. We got all kinds of music on the playlist. We have Albanian music. We've got we have Mexican music, and I even think some Central American as well. Daha theme? Daha theme, yes. Let's see what that is. From Cooley, or... Oh, they're the same. They're just different. They're named a little bit different. Okay, you have those songs in queue. Very cool. Very neat. Very neat. I hope you enjoy the music. I know I certainly do. I love listening to music. Is this just a simple fork? Am I missing something? Why is it not just E4? This looks like a very simple puzzle for a level 44. Or to get me to 44 points, I should say. I don't see what is wrong with that. Is it better to take first so the queen comes out and then we fork? Is that what it is? What's the difference? What is the difference? Maybe that's what we should be asking. Why not just pawn first? Oh, well, it's not pawn first because then the bishop can back up. Is that it? Is that the reason why? Yeah. So if we push the pawn first, this is very instructional. The bishop just backs up to c2, and it looks like we can just win a free knight. But after pawn takes knight, bishop takes bishop, because our bishop is over here by itself. So rather than just pushing the pawn first, we trade the bishops, forcing the queen onto the d3 square, and then we fork the knight and the queen. The queen can move back, but then we just win the we win the knight, and the queen has no recourse because there's nothing for it to attack on that diagonal anymore. So it's just really important to take the bishop first. Yeah, close. You're close, Iotif. You just missed a step. We can't push the pawn first. Do you understand why now? Like, if we push the pawn first, then this is the enemy's reply. And that means we lose the fork, because if we can still take the knight, but then we lose our bishop, because the bishop just goes like this. The bishop comes here, and then from here it goes there. Yep. So we trade first, and then we fork. Very easy to miss tactics like that. And that's why I love chess.com's puzzles, because they really do show, as you can see, this is a position, right, that we're in right now. You could actually see yourself being in a real game. Like, you see, like, this is a position where it's like, okay, the king castled on the king's side at some point. So did this one. And, the rooks are on the back rank. Somehow we made it over here. There was probably a queen check at some point that happened that forced our bishop back. This looks like it came from a real game. And it may have. It may have. It's like it's funny on Lichess, lichess.org. They actually tell you all their puzzles come from real games, all of them. And so the games that they do in their puzzles, they'll actually tell you what game they actually came from. So I think that's pretty neat. There's a lot happening in this puzzle, though. Let me tell you what. we have just this major amount of protection on the back rank. We have both rooks and the queen back here that make checkmating the enemy king on the back rank very hard indeed. So it's probably something a little bit more simple than that. And maybe trying to attack the queen. The queen has this square to move to, but that's it. So the queen would be forced out to here. Is there any way to take advantage of that? There is. I'm not seeing it. Here. It does remove a defender off the back rank. Maybe that's important. We can chase the queen down, but the queen's getting away. It's definitely getting away, so I don't think we can win the queen. We could play a move like... Certainly something here. What about here? What if we moved this quiet move bishop to d6? Let's just see what happens. It might be. I think I just got it. I get it. What up, Botiff? Thank you for using your 50 channel points to redeem what up. What up? What is up? It's a good channel point redeem. It's the only channel point redeem I added in naturally. I thought it was very fun. It was not my original idea. I think it was Northern Lion, who first put that as it. But it's the first channel point redeem. It gets people used to using channel points, having a little bit of fun with it. I have channel point redeems coming up. I started working on them this morning, but I needed Streamlabs up first. But we're going to have channel point redeems with alerts. We're going to put toasts up on the screen for bit redeems and subscriptions and follows. We're going to be doing all that. But I just got affiliate. I just got Streamlabs. Small incremental improvements and adjustments. You'll know, if you come here day to day, you may not even notice. But I promise you, if you came here week to week, you will see just how many big leaps and strides we're making with this game. So I'm fairly certain this is the move. I'm almost certain this is the move because it threatens two things. It threatens A, to win the queen, but more importantly, it threatens this checkmate over here on the F7 and then G7 file. It just opens up the diagonal. Why can't the rook just take, though? Well, then the rook gets lost at the minimum. Maybe that's not it. Maybe this is not the move, actually. This is a hard puzzle. This is hard one. Not bishop d6. Yeah, I thought it was going to be bishop d6. It is a mating puzzle. I don't see any mates, though. If there is a mate here, I'm not seeing it right off the bat. Bishop d8. Let's look at bishop d8. Okay, let's look at bishop d8. Why not just rook takes bishop if bishop d8? I'm not seeing how... Oh, I see. Very smart. Fook, very good catch. I see the difference. If rook takes, then we still have our queen sliding over to the f7 and g7 square, checkmating the king. But we also are threatening this cheeky little mate on the back rank, because even though there's all these defenders on the back rank, the bishop is actually cutting them off for the queen to come in. So if, for example, the rook tried to come over here to stop the mate on f7, g7, well, then we can just slide our queen onto e8 and finish the job. Good catch. There it is. Very fun one. That was a fun one. I'm fair certain I would have eventually solved that, but we're up to 45. Even with that early mistake, with Fook's help, we managed to... do you prefer Fook or Life? I don't know why I like Fook, but Life is probably more appropriate, because you're the Fook Life. Or you... Okay. I like the name, though. I like your name. It sounds very cool. There's a lot happening on this puzzle. We have this revealing a check. Like, if our knight wasn't here, right, then we could easily see a world where we're just sacking on the e8 one square, but we also have the queen that can come in and block, so have to be a little bit careful here. But no, even then, it would still work because the other rook could come in and support and take the queen. So really, we're just mad at our knight for being here. It's like, knight, why are you here? Get out of the way. Get the heck out of the way. So how do we deal with that? We could do rook takes, pinning the rook to the king, kind of forcing the rook to recapture. So if rook takes, we then could maybe play knight d2, attacking the queen and threatening checkmate on the back rank. It also is going to be covering that square. So I think that's going to be the move. This looks right to me. It looks right to me that we just win this rook here. minimally. Maybe there's some tactic that white can use to keep the game going, but I think the position falls apart fairly fast. So this looks like the move. It unpins our knight after rook takes rook. It's pretty much forced move. There's no counterplay that I can see, so rook takes rook. Yes, and we did have that right. Now, after rook takes rook, we have knight takes, or knight d2 was my immediate first instinct. We definitely need to get this knight out of the way. This doesn't work. I'm fair certain because a knight can just take it. We could try to sack, but then we run into this. So we have to have some way to cover, not only just to attack the queen, but to cover the f1 square so the queen can't come back and block for it. Yeah, and that's what it is. Then we just sack on the back rank. And, okay, that's interesting. Well, it's not queen takes rook because of here, that's for sure. This doesn't work either because then the rook just takes, and while that's a winning endgame, I think we can do better. I think we can do better than rook versus knight. I think it's just knight takes. Knight takes queen. That way when rook takes queen, rook takes rook, at least we're saving the knight. And so we have a knight and a rook versus a rook. Versus a knight, versus just a rook versus a knight, which is still a winning endgame, but certainly not as good. So knight takes queen, rook takes rook, and then we save both pieces, and we win. This is an interesting one because we have these white pawns, which are actually fairly fast. We can't push because takes. We can't double push because of en passant, and we lose. The king is coming in, and we can't stop him. So, like, this is almost certainly the move, but after here, are we able to win that endgame? Like, or is the king going to win? I think we still win. I'm fair certain we still win. Fair certain we still win. We can't try to go around this way because of the potential, at least, for a pawn push. So I think it's here to cut off this being a possibility because they only just take. And then let's count. We take h5? Do you think we take h5? If we take h5, king comes over, we come over, right? We come over, and then the king pushes the pawn. Then it's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and 6. And then the king wins. Fair certain the king wins at that point. So again, what it looks like to me is takes here. If we try to come back, the king takes the pawn. If here, then here, and if takes, it's a draw. And if not takes, then the pawn gets in. So I don't think it's queen takes h5. I don't think it is. Yeah, I think it's g5. I think it's g5, and then after here, then here, or hold on, then here, then takes, then we can come back to protect the pawn, and the king just takes too long to try to come back and stop us. So here, guard the pawn, and the king is just, it's too far away. It's just too far away. It can't cut us off. Like, if the king could get to this square, like if it could get over here in some way, shape, or form as we take this pawn, it would be fine, but he's just too far away. If, like, he was here right now, then it would be a draw. And if you don't know, it's like if you have a pawn on the edge of the board and your king's in front of it, this is a really cool concept to call it opposition. In other words, it's kind of like a zugzwang here in the sense that if black moves first, he wins. If white moves first, he draws. This is a draw. Like, if it was white's turn to move here, this would be a draw because wherever the king went, the other king could just follow him, and this pawn is never getting in, I'm fair certain, without allowing the king to get in front of it, which would be a draw. So, but they can't do that. He can't get around, and so black just wins. Yep. Good one. Good one. Glad you saw that, Life. All right. This is an interesting one. Because we're definitely, if we push the pawn, we are both getting queens, right? I would like to force the king. How do we? Okay, I think I have it. we can't just go and try to stop this pawn, because in the process, the king will take ours. No problem. The king can get here and cover both squares. However, if we push the pawn, the king cannot get there fast enough, right? Like the king can't catch up. And if he tries to push the pawn, we can get there in time to stop his pawn. So then the king is forced to either try to help the pawn, but he can't do both. He can't both guide his pawn in and stop ours at the same time. So it's just very important we get this pawn pushed in first, but don't ignore this. Do not ignore this pawn. We are currently in the square. We could technically go here, but then the king can cut us off, and then we have this will be very annoying to stop. So there's no reason at all not to scoot over here so we can at least make progress in getting to this pawn. Again, same thing. If we push the pawn, then we get cut off, so we have to stop that. And then we just park our king right in front of there. Okay, there's a difference here. Let's find out what it is. If we ignore it's 1, 2, 3, and it's 1, 2, 3, we can certainly catch up to that pawn and win it, so that works. If it's 1, 2, 3, and 1, 2, 3, then we can just take it, and that works too. So it's certainly pushing the pawn. We don't need to take this. If we take this, then it's 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, but then he gets a queen, and we kind of lose the game there for a certain, because then, yeah, we're just cooked. All this is covered. So it's very, very, very important to leave this alone and just push the pawn. Just had to do a little bit of endgame puzzles there. Endgame puzzles are a little bit annoying because you just need to calculate a little bit, count some squares. All right, that's 48 puzzles up, or 48 points up, 50 puzzles up, 48 up, 2 down. Let's see if we can get number 49. Doing great, and thanks for the help, Life. You've been quite a help in getting some of these puzzles much faster, preventing me from making any mistakes. So that's huge. Thank you so much. Thank you. We would love to mate the king on the back rank, but not only does it have a block, it also has an escape square that is covered. Like we can't prevent it or like follow up on it because the rook and the queen are currently covering that square. Can't get back here either because that is covered by the bishop. So let's see how we proceed. We could certainly just take the rook. Like, this is absolutely an option. This is not a threat because our king can just hide and the queen is not going to finish off for itself. And then we would just be solidly up a rook. If the queen takes, then we have this neat little fork over here on the b1 square, forking the king and the bishop, which is now unguarded on b6. I don't see anything wrong with that logic. Does anybody see why we can't just rook takes rook, queen takes rook forced, and then just the check, forking the king and the bishop, and then winning a free bishop, and then we'll just be solidly up. We'll be up. We'll be even or up in pawns as well. We might be 1 pawn behind, but we'll be up a full bishop. That's certainly worth. There's no way that's not worth. I see nothing wrong with this plan. So let's rook takes rook, and then we just move and fork, and then win the bishop. That's a good one. I like that one. You just had to be able to see that long check. And fork. Long distance fork. The king is under a lot of pressure, but our only check is here, and that just loses the queen. I don't see how that does us any good. I guess technically we have this as well, but that just loses the rook. So probably not that. Probably neither of those moves. We would love to find some way to like just put all this pressure, threatening. Like if, for example, we could come here, we could threaten this pawn. Maybe we just move over here to do it. This also threatens it, because if we move the queen here, the king is cut off. There's no way to stop this, right? So it looks like we're just snaking the queen in. This is the reason why the queen is the most powerful piece in the game, because it can move like both a rook and a bishop, and so we can just move along diagonals and then start moving like a rook, and then moving like diagonals again to close the door on the king. This is very instructional because very oftentimes when you move your queen forward to do things like this, threaten stuff on the back rank, push his pawn on everything else, you move your queen too far away from the defense. And so the queen is kind of like, I want to help, but I'm just too far away. I just can't get in. I'm stuck. And you just can't get back. If only I could move like a knight. But can't. So we just move here. It's a nice little move. And this just sacks the queen just to stall the game for 1 move. And that does him no good. The king is very, very far forward. His rooks are out of the game, but we are down a full rook, and I don't see any way to immediately win a piece. So let's see how we can finish this game, because it's almost certainly a checkmate. The main thing I'm seeing is how we're very strong on the white squares, but these dark squares are weak. We don't want to let this king escape, so how do we do that? The queen has a check over here. That's important because in these puzzles, normally if the enemy has any counterplay at all or ability to stall, which this is definitely a stalling move, because after here, even if I can get my king out of here, there's definitely checks coming. There's definitely all kinds of stall tactics that the enemy can use, and in a puzzle, that's means it's normally not the right answer. Normally, there's always going to be some way to check and finish the game. So let's see what that is in this case. Our only check that works is the queen, because this rook check does nothing, right? We could go here maybe to protect the pawn. Like I said, we're weak on the dark squares. Like, we're very strong on the light squares right now because our queen is on a light square. But so we're worried about the king escaping this way. And what might prevent that is just moving the queen here, because there's no block with the queen without just losing it. And the queen both attacks the king and protects the pawn. Let's see what that leaves the enemy king with. That he has none of these squares to go to, so he's forced forward. And then we have this very, very, very interesting move, which I think is going to be here, forcing the king even more forward. And then our rook and our queen just coordinate to finish the job somewhere in here. I'm not sure exactly what the move order is, but it'll become apparent as we move. I'm not when you start talking 3 or 4 moves in advance, I'm having a hard time picturing exactly what the most precise way to end the game is, but that's definitely a win. Yeah, there was probably several ways for white to lose that game. That's why the puzzle ends there. We are 51. We got 51 points. We started so horribly. We moved so fast through the first 10. We actually missed puzzle 6 because I was just moving so fast, and I missed a very simple maiden one. So, yeah, it's a fun song. It's a fun song. We do have open song requests for anybody who just coming by. We are doing our morning puzzles, or our beginning puzzles. We always start the day with puzzles, and so that's what we're doing. I don't know why we can't just move here. We lose the pawn, I guess, and we lose momentum in the position. So maybe we don't want to lose this pawn. It's important to realize that there's no check because this is blocked by the pawn. There's no check here. They would just lose the queen. And so we probably have the ability to make a quiet move, just a little quiet move to finish the position, like here. Let's move. Let's consider for a moment queen to c7. Not only does it keep an eye on the pawn, but it's threatening to move to d8, which will force the king out, and we get another queen, and there's a checkmate in there, guaranteed. When you have 2 queens coordinated right next to the enemy king, that is certainly going to be a win. So it feels like this nice little quiet move c7 is going to be the answer. So we can just we can both get here and protect the pawn at the same time. Let's see if there's any counterplay, though. The rook is trapped by his own pawns. He's not helping. And we're attacking on dark squares, and the enemy queen is currently on white light squares. And so while it might be able to come in and try to help, somehow it's not going to finish. So it's here. Yep. And then check. And it's important not to promote right away, because then we just trade everything off and we wind up a rook behind. So the only remaining check is here, forcing the king out of the defense of the e8 square, so we can properly promote afterwards. This is a very weird song we're listening to. Hot Knife by Fiona Apple. I wonder who originally suggested that one. We're 52 puzzles in. We're at 53. If you are hanging out with us, we might have a personal best today. I don't know. Nikita would be proud, except for the fact that I missed puzzle number 6. But we're drinking our coffee and we're enjoying puzzles. If you see an answer, feel free to call it out. I do not mind at all. Some streamers who follow chess prohibit moves in chat. I don't care. Feel free to suggest a move. I may not follow it. I may disagree with you. I may ignore you. But I will be completely okay if you suggest a move in chat. It is completely all right. If you see it, call it out. The puzzles in the 50s are normally where I start having trouble. They require a little bit of more calculation, or require you to do quieter moves, more subtle moves, or calculate more difficult endgames. So we'll probably end this relatively soon after looking for a little while. Like this puzzle, I'm immediately allured by this move. This little quiet move, e2. The enemy has no ability to check us, and it kind of is threatening this mate. So the only way to prevent that doesn't lose a piece, is to pawn takes pawn. But I think we can just move here anyway, right? So here, and then the king's only escape is this way, and then the other rook just can still swing over. So that's a fun one. See, that it requires, there's no direct check. You just have to maneuver. You got to massage the position a little bit. So we go here, coordinating our rooks, threatening e3, and e3 is unstoppable. There's no way to stop it. And check, and then our rook comes in and closes the door on that chapter of the king. See, here's an endgame puzzle, right? This is going to be complicated. Like, it looks like simple, right? Like, why don't I just push the pawn, right? Well, because we have this pawn coming in who is going to either say, you know, deal with me, or else I'm just going to promote myself. And if you deal with him by, like, taking, then, oh, I have another pawn. Or it's like, if I go here and here, and you take, well, then I have another pawn. But I do think it is taking. It's just realizing why. I mean, it is pushing, just realizing why. Let's check, because I'm not 100% on this one. Sasaran Kirthivas. How goes it? Kirthivas. What a cool name. Sasaran. Saisaran. That's a very cool name. From where do you hail, Saisaran? What country? What country names a person Saisaran? I am genuinely curious where you hail from. We are working on our puzzles. My record, both on stream and off stream, is 54 puzzles, and we're at 53. So if we get this 54th puzzle, we will be tied with our personal best. And I didn't even have to ask Nikita for a lifeline yet. So I think that's pretty cool. I did mess up puzzle 6 because I was just moving too fast. I raced through the first 10 puzzles, and I raced so fast I missed a mate and 1 on puzzle 6. So we are down. India, Tamil Nadu. That's very cool. We have, if you're curious, we have a unlimited song request on channel, and we actually have a little bit of Tamil music that's already been suggested. The second question I've asked anyone who comes from India is, are you rooting for Gukesh Dommaraju in the World Championship match against Sindarov? I am so looking forward to that match. I wasn't real excited about it until Sindarov had this amazing performance in the candidates. But like, Gukesh Dommaraju is such a cool person. I love him so much. He is like a great ambassador to the game of chess. And I was already going to be rooting for him. If anyone other than, like, if Hikaru Nakamura, who I'm a fan of, ended up winning the candidates, I would have been rooting for him. But other than that, anyone else, I'm rooting for Gukesh. And I still am. But Sindarov showed a lot of heart, a lot of spirit in the candidates. And I think it's going to be a good match. So if you are watching the World Championship, let me know. Yeah, exactly. It's like, I've always been a huge fan of Vishy Anand, and now Gukesh Dommaraju. It's like, I think India is absolutely killing it in the game of chess, supporting chess players, and exciting chess players. Like Pragnahanda, I have a hard time with that name, and Gukesh are such fun people to watch, and they're so respectful of the game. A lot of the drama that surrounds other people, like Fabiano Caruana and Hans Niemann, all these people, it just doesn't seem to have nearly as much sway. It's like, I love the chess culture in India, and I'm rooting for Gukesh myself. He is, but we haven't seen. But Gukesh got a lot of crap because he didn't beat Magnus to get the World Championship. He beat Ding Liren, and Ding Liren was showing poor form. And so a lot of people was like, does he really deserve the World Championship? Which was bull crap, because he absolutely did. But since then, you know, since he's become the World Championship, he's shown that he can beat Magnus Carlsen and compete with the best. And I think Gukesh has some of the best prep teams, especially with Vishy Anand. Vishy Anand was known for his preparation when he was World Championship, and I think with Vishy Anand's help, his prep is going to be so insane that Sindarov is going to have a hard time, because the candidates is different. You're playing against 7 other people, and so you can't really prep hard against an individual. It'd be too hard. You can't just prep against anyone. But I think Gukesh, with Vishy's help and his team in India, are really going to laser focus in on Sindarov's opening theories, find his weaknesses, and I think he's going to be too pressured. But I think it's going to be a good match. I think we won't know who's going to win that because it's 14 matches, right? Up to 14 matches before a world champion is crowned, if it's not determined early. But I don't think it's going to be determined early. I see us getting up to like match 12 and still not knowing who's going to win. I think it's going to be a really fun and exciting match. I'm looking forward to it. Prague, Gukesh, Arjun, etc., all entering their prime age. That is true. That is true. May the best win. Exactly, Saisaran. Exactly. And I think Gukesh is going to show that he is the best, and I think he is going to defend. But me, on the other hand, I'm having a hard time with this puzzle because it's an endgame puzzle, and it's a hard endgame puzzle. I think it's here. If here, then he takes. Here, then here. And then we get the queen Is there any way to... No, maybe this isn't. Maybe this isn't. How else might we do this? We could come over here. But... no, because in here, and here, and here, right? And, he can... Like, this... This is the only way to prevent the king from getting to this pawn, and this pawn is crucial. This pawn is crucial to stay relevant in this game. Crucial. Crucial. How do we stop this pawn from getting here, though? Like, because if here, it's the same thing. Like if here, and then I take, for example, the enemy pawn is still getting to A1. So how do we stop that? Can we stop that? We go here, and if push, we can move our king over. So that if takes, then we can stop. But then if we do that, if we take this move, can the enemy king get over? If he tries, right? I don't think he's getting there, right? So if the king gets 2 moves, so here, here. Okay, I think that's it. So push pawn, king over, stopping this pawn, racing the other one. Okay, that was a little bit hard to calculate for me. I think Uzbek chess is booming fast. It is. I know there are several people like in all the old Eastern Bloc countries. I think that's what they're called, right? Like the Turkmenistan, Tajikistan, Uzbekistan, right? Everything over there. I know they're being supported well by their governments, a lot of them, and we're seeing a lot of talent come out of there. But if the evolution of chess in other countries is any indication, it's still going to be we're probably going to have to wait a full generation of people who are just starting now, like 7, 8-year-olds. It's probably going to take them another 10 to 15 years. But I think in 10 or 15 years, you're really going to see a lot of people from those countries really take off and be really competitive in the game of chess. But we'll see. We shall see. Why isn't it not just here? Why not just here? Because there's no way to finish, I guess. Once the king makes it onto E1, there's no way for our queen to finish the game, it looks like. Where am I from? I am from the United States, and I live in Kentucky, heart of the bluegrass, in fact. Did I miss anything? May the best woman... Best option is to move king to D3. I think it ends up having 2 passed pawns for white. Yeah, it would have if the king didn't chase ours, right? But if he would have continued... to push, or if he would have immediately, I should say, chased our pawn instead of pushing his, then yeah, we could have just wound up with 2 pass pawns. I think you are right. Uzbek Abdusattorov, who I love. I think Satorov is an amazing champion. Sindarov, one of these youth will likely become world champion. It's possible, but world champion is a little different. A lot of people have talked about this. I'm a big fan of Hikaru Nakamura. I'm a subscriber on his channel on my main account. Not on this account, and on my personal account. And he talks about this all the time, how, like, the problem with anyone becoming world championship is the candidates tournament. It's like the selection process, and that probably at some point needs to be revamped. Because the problem with the candidates is no matter how good you are, you can lose the candidates because of the way the tournament is designed. Knight captures queen with that sequence. Yeah, you're right. The knight is also covering. That's why I was thinking over here to sidestep it, but it's the same problem. If the king backs up, he's still getting to E1, and I don't see how to finish that game at that point. If anything, I want the king to come forward anyway. So maybe here, because not only is it a check, but it forces the king... Wait, is that just checkmate? No, because a bishop can block, right? How do we stop that? Oh, interesting. So it's a combination of 2 thoughts. Like, I was thinking this is a problem because the king can just go this way, and I can't really follow him. But if we move here first with this check, even though the bishop can block, then I can go back to c3, and then the king does not have the e2 square to escape on, so he's forced forward instead, which is what we want. We want to force the king into our loving arms so that this knight can come in to help. Because in almost all attacks, not all, but in almost all attacks, a queen can't checkmate a king on her own. She needs help. So in order to do that, we throw in this check to force this blocking. That's the only reason we're doing it, is to put the bishop here. And then we come in and force the king forward. Now the queen is covering all these squares. This is covered by the pawn. Hold on. But this knight is our only check left, so it has to be this knight check. Yep, and the knight comes in to help. Good catch, Sleeper. Good catch. You were right. The knight prevented that line, so we had to work out a little way to get around that. We're at 55. This is a personal best. This is a stream best. With Fook's help, with Fook Live's help, and Sleep at the Game's help, we will get this. But the Candidates Tournament, sorry, I just want to finish the thought. It is so hard to win the Candidates because even if you play really well, right? Like, and I've heard Hikaru and other people talk about this, because Cinderov got some early wins, right? Even people that hadn't played him yet were forced to play more aggressive and change their opening press to adapt to it. Because, like, he got so far ahead so early, now everyone else has to kind of play chaotically. And that's exactly what happened. And so you had, for example, the only person in the later rounds who could have catched Cinderov was Caruana, right? Alireza Firouzja. I'm sorry. Alireza Firouzja, I think, could have... Firouzja, right? It was Firouzja? Caruana wasn't in the candidates this year, right? I don't know why in my mind I confuse those two. Caruana and Fabiano, I just like switched them up in my own head, even though they're so different. But he still could have caught Cinderov, but then because there was nothing to lose for everyone else at the bottom, they could play whatever they wanted, right? Like if you're not competitive, if you're at the bottom or you can't catch the leader, well, then you have no reason to play it safe or play for a draw or give your opponent, right? And so you had Hikaru Nakamura, who ended up playing him and played very aggressively and won a game, taking away any chance of him catching Cinderov. And so it's like, it's this weird thing. It doesn't matter how good you play. It doesn't matter how good a world champion you could be. The candidates is this weird beast where it's like you're competing against 7 other people. And no matter how good you are, it's very hard to win the candidates. Very, very hard to win the candidates. Yeah, every player is almost same because players can study them for months and neutralize any advantages. Exactly. And you can do that in a world championship match. You can't do that for the candidates. You just can't. You absolutely can't. And even if you do, just like, well, what if I win okay, I'm better than everyone else in this tournament, right? But the other 7 players playing amongst themselves, it's like these other 6 just keep losing their games against that 7th guy, right? Like I'm player 1, and I'm the best person in the tournament, right? Like I'm bar none the best player in the tournament. But player 2 keeps winning games against player 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, and 8. And so no matter how well I play, I can't catch him. Like, even if I beat player 2 both times we play, because it's a double round robin, if player 2 just beats everyone else in the field, I still lose the candidates. I just don't win. Very hard to win that tournament. Very, very, very hard to win that tournament. Just checking a couple things. So you might want to use some time. Thank you so much, Nikita, for hanging around in Discord and helping with the lifelines if we need them. This looks like a very hard puzzle. I have not even looked at it yet. Let's look at it. We have this pawn that's threatening to race towards the end, some way, shape, or form, but our queen is under attack. These 2 pieces are staring at each other. These are supported. The queen has got a pretty good guard on the king, so how do we make progress here? We have no checks. Other than this. Is it this check? That's our only check. What happens if we check? Takes, check. The queen can just block, if nothing else, forcing a trade, and then he's up a rook against a bishop. But can he get back in time to guard our pawn push afterwards? Like, so we have to calc all this. Queen takes b6. Queen takes b6. You think so? Do you think so? Doesn't that lead to the same thing? That's what I'm saying. Like, whether we take here and then check, or whether we just check and take here, right? Either way, we wind up with the exact same position, do we not? In both cases, whether we go here or here, the rooks get traded. The rooks wind up on the b6 square. Either this rook stays on b6 or it comes to b6, and our rook ends up on c1. A matter of fact, that might be the best indication of why. Queen b6, rook b6, rook c1. See, but you see why I'm saying why I don't think that's the move? Because if takes is literally the same thing as check takes. Like, isn't that the exact same thing? Like, the exact same moves? Or am I missing it? We have bishop check. Well, the king's on a white square. And I don't think he has to leave. He never needs to leave that white square, as far as I can tell. Like, if takes here, the main problem is queen g1. Because the king's not coming over here. I understand what you're saying with this check, but the king doesn't have to come here. You can just block with the queen and say, okay, I'll trade you. Because I've already won your queen, I'll give you mine back, and I'll just be up a rook. Right? So if, like, takes, check, queen block, then we have no option but to trade the queen for the rook. And then, yes, we... Oh! Oh, I see. I didn't see it. We have this fork. The queen winds up on the G1 square, and we're forking the... So we do win the rook. We do win the rook back. I think you are right. I think you are right at the end of that line. I didn't see the fork. You know, life, I did not see the fork. But it still begs the question for me, why not just here, though? Is it because the queen can block right away? And yeah, this doesn't work, does it? Because after trades, the rooks can re-coordinate. And then I can win the rook back. You're right, you're right. So there is a slight difference. This isn't the same because this queen move here isn't as strong. So you're right. We take the rook, check the king, take, and then fork. I didn't see that fork. Very strong, very strong. Thank you for helping me guide there, Life. I think I eventually could have figured that out, but I might have been here for 10 minutes. So thank you for that help. We have a pawn that's racing towards the end. I don't know why we can't just play this. Why can't we just play this? Not only does it threaten to take the pawn, but it's threatening the checkmate. The king can't go... Well, I guess the king can go this way. But I'm not sure that's winning. Like, even if we pick up this pawn, like, he can't stop me from winning the pawn, but he could certainly get his king out and make this a even endgame or close to it, right? Maybe there's a way to win the game instead. What about the pawn push? Threatening to checkmate on the back rank, right? If rook blocks, then we can come here and the pawn cuts off the square. So how do we use that to our advantage? Because, okay, so pawn here, right? And then we can win the pawn, but then we lose ours. So I don't think that's it either. There's got to be a way to do both. There has to be a way to... Oh, I think I see it. So rather than... This pawn is a distraction. This pawn is just a distraction. We push the pawn, threatening the mate. The only way to stop it is rook over. But then we play this nice quiet move, rook f5, which is a very, very, very cool resource. Because we're threatening to move it on to f1, for pinning the rook, threatening to checkmate the king also. If the king just tries to escape, then we can take with check, move over, and then just get a free queen. So it's here and then here. Just a nice subtle, quiet move. And then this like after takes, you'd think we're not going to come back to stop it, but we have this neat little check and then promote, also a check, and then we can come back and win this pawn. So it's here. Okay, they're not going to make us go through that, but we could absolutely stop that pawn. Just require a little bit of work. We're up to 57. Oh my gosh. We're taking a little bit more time to get through our puzzles, but it is the morning and my brain's moving a little bit slow. We had some cool talk about the candidates. If you do see a move, feel free to call it out. Probably not, I don't... Why isn't it just here? This seems simple enough. We do have a couple things, but I mean, aren't those all covered? This isn't. Yeah, that's not covered. So, yeah, we do have to be careful because we have to keep things in check the whole time. So, winning the rook might be actually difficult. Might be. I don't see any other move, though. It's our only check. If it's not this check, what could it possibly be? Because things are problematic otherwise. It's certainly not this. It just drops the queen. It's certainly not something like this. It's the same. Well, no, I guess it's not the same problem. I'm just trying to look. I feel like this has to be the move, but I'm just trying to understand why. Yeah, queen e5, queen d5. It could be. Could be. Is not the king just getting out in that case, though? Well, we have that. We can take this, I guess. Well, what about here? Take, go back. I do think it is queen e5. I don't see what else can be done back here, so we're just gonna take. Yeah. You might be right. You might be right, Sleeper. These are some interesting ones. We're getting to the high 50s. These are a little bit harder. This is all covered currently. I don't see any way for this to thing. So it's definitely got to be another check. It has to be. Has to be another check. This is our only one. All these just drop the queen. Like, we can't move the queen here, so it has to be here. All right. Now it's a little bit trickier. Now things get a little tricky. It's probably going to be bishop takes, yeah? Because then we remove any threat. No, because of this, right? If we bring in the bishop, I was thinking this would be good because it would continue to pin the king, so we couldn't, so we wouldn't drop the other bishop. But if bishop takes knight, then we fall into this checkmate. So it's not that. We do have this check. What does this lead to? This leads to the king here or here. Oh no, that's covered by the queen too, isn't it? So we can't take this pawn either. So we don't have that check. What about this check? Let's just check all our checks. Check all the checks. Yeah, this is complicated because it's not very forcing. We can take this check, but the king has several squares he can move to. Maybe not the back rank, but he has 2 moves he can make. But both lose a knight. But then we can take the knight with check. So either the king goes onto the back rank and we take the rook with check, or he moves over onto this file and we take the knight with check. There it is. There it is. There it is. We just had to find the right one. You are right. It was queen c6. I appreciate you calling it out. I didn't look. I didn't see that you had suggested it, but we got that one together. We were like this. We were mentally right there with one another. Okay, the king has no squares currently. They're covered by the queen and the rook. That's got to be some way to take advantage of that. I feel like sacking the queen. I'm not saying it is a queen sack, but I just feel like sacking the queen. I always feel like sacking the queen in these positions. But I don't think that is the move. I don't think it's queen sack. This is weird, though. This is covered, so we can't... So it's not queen f2. This doesn't seem like we'd have enough firepower. Yeah, we can sack the rook. Yes, we can... No, I don't even see... There's not even a check to follow that up with, because these rooks and queens are very well... surprisingly well protecting the king. There's got to be some chink in the armor here. What about the pawn push? It dislodges the queen from the protection. Then we can come here, right? The king can move forward, but then its rook takes on the h3 square. I think this is a little bit simpler than I thought it would be. It's here. The king can't move forward because of the rook threat. And then the queen, once the queen is dislodged, then we have access to queen f2. So push, and then we have access. Then we can take with the rook. That was a relatively easy for a 59. Like that, I'm not saying that was an easy puzzle, but that was for a 59. That was a little bit easier than I was expecting. Okay, this is another similar one to what I was talking about earlier, where the queen has a hard time finishing the job by herself. I do instantly like this move because it kind of keeps an eye on the rook, but the king can just kind of saunter over. And I could just come back, but then he can just say, well, I'll just go back too. So I don't think that's the move. So it's definitely not queen d4. That's the only thing I've ruled out. That's the only check I said no, can't be that. What about here? It's our only other check that doesn't lose immediately. And we're definitely behind in material. So even winning 1 rook wouldn't be enough. Maybe even winning 2 rooks is not enough because these pawns look very fast. Very fast. But I don't see I don't think we're going to win both rooks with our queen. And even if we did, our queen would be all the way over here. Let's just say in a world where I can make 2 moves at once. Take, right? And then these pawns are very fast. And our queen take a little bit of time to get back out. Maybe it will be okay, but I'm just saying it's probably a check. Oh, I forgot about this one too. We also have a pawn push of our own we can be making, which seems pretty good. Would that pawn push actually? No, the queen is covering that square, isn't it? It's a tough one. Is this song stuttering, or is this just how the song is? Kid Bloom. I don't know who recommended Kid Bloom originally, but it is on the playlist, and I don't mind it. What about this check then? This is the only other check I saw. Covers all these squares. Okay, this is covered, so it's forced here or here. Honestly, those don't look any even just here, here. Don't I run out of checks? I don't have. Okay, I have this. King comes forward. I don't know. This is messy. Messy. I think the king may be getting out of that position in all seriousness. Am I wrong? Well, no. Here. I don't really want to listen to Julio right now, if you don't mind. Just not. Or this, if I'm being honest. Okay. Just not matching my current vibe. So here. I mean, this doesn't look horrible for my opponent. I think the queen is going to have a hard time finishing that game on their own. Well, no, that's a mate. So I can because the pawn is covering. So that is a mate. So what about the back rank then? So if the king is forced onto the back rank, then what do we do? It could be just this quiet move E3. Threatening mate on the F2 square. And I don't see any way to prevent that. We can bring this over. But then I don't know. Then we can just push the pawn? I definitely... Kai, how is it going? What up, Kai? What up? Thank you for the channel point redeem. What up? What is happening? Kai, I fixed your chat commands. So now they do work. All the ones like the Rick 1, Rick 2, Rick... the Rick 1 through RAK 4, they all work, as do the Riku, JP, and KR ones, as well as Riku. Like, all these work now. All of these work. If you want to, if at any point, take your time, anytime at all, you can use any of those and you can test them out and see if you enjoy them. They work now. I found out what I did wrong. It was a typo. I just had this really, really annoying typo in a weird place. I do think it's
Let me
this
just
move.
test them.
By all means, please test them. So it's here threatening. It's not. I thought I calculated that so well. 59 points, though. That is a new
How's
personal
your
best.
day been?
My day has been amazing. Thank you so much. They're all a little bit different. RK1 and RK2 are technically Japanese. Queen E3? Really? Let me look. Let's look at the puzzles we missed. We don't need to look at the first one, but let's look at these two puzzles we missed. And see what went wrong. Close this for a moment. Pull this up. This was the first puzzle we missed. I think we already
I
figured
was
out why.
playing some Tekken before.
Oh, that's awesome. I love Tekken. It's been a long time since I played it, but I remember the first time I played Tekken, it was early on in the Tekken days. Like, I think it was it was Kuma. I was a Kuma main. I love that bear.
And then I just fell asleep, lol.
Nothing wrong with that. Nothing wrong with that. It's got to be relatively earlier time, right? I mean, compared to usual. What is it, like 9 p.m. where you're at? I mean, I've seen you up much later than this, but yes. Alibaba, how are you doing over on YouTube? Alibaba, that is an interesting name. Where from do you hail, good sir, Alibaba? Alibaba hate date-y. Does that mean you hate to date? Alibaba hates to date. Is that it?
Is there a Riku 5 too?
No, just the 4. Those are all the ones that were available in Japanese and Korean that were at all. There were a couple other Japanese and Korean ones, but they had so thick of accents, like incredibly thick, that I didn't think you'd be interested in them. So there is a Riku JP and Riku.
This one seems good.
KR as well. Those ones also are still there. You like number 4? Should we lock that one in, and I'll turn that into Riku? Riku 4. Say the word, and it's all
Yep.
yours. Okay, let me right after I get done with the puzzles, and while I'm waiting to see if anybody would like a challenge, we'll do that. I know the board's a little bit wonky in on our screen, but we're just going over the 2 puzzles we missed and seeing what we did wrong with these ones. What did we say this one was? Is this? Hold on. Let's see what we did here. Yeah, we did that. What did I miss here? How did I miss that? What move did I make? I just did that on
Thanks for
instinct.
working on it, by the way, even though I said I didn't mind it. Respect.
Kai, you are an important member of the community to me. But even if you disappeared tomorrow and I never saw you again, you've come by a lot. You've played some amazing music. I know most every song that comes up that you've recommended. I recognize it as something you've contributed, and it means a lot to me. And so I want to take things like you having the voice that you want serious. Like, it's a high priority to me. So it was no problem at all to spend a little bit of time tracking down what I did wrong and making that adjustment for you. I hope you enjoy it. Even if you never use it, it's like I was happy to do that for you. I don't know what I did with this puzzle. I don't know where I went wrong on this, what move I made that was wrong. But apparently I made a wrong move. Let's go to the other one. This is puzzle. This would have been our 60th puzzle. This would have gotten us into the 60s. I should have reached out to Nikita for a second chance on this one. Although I don't know, Nikita is a really, really good player, but I'd never really asked Nikita where he starts to struggle in calculating puzzles. Maybe he would have had a hard time too. Probably not, or maybe it would have just taken him a little long. Maybe I would have linked this puzzle to him and he would have needed to take an extra minute to figure it out himself. In any event, this was the right resource. This was definitely the right resource. That was not it. So, I mean, I thought he was just safe here. I thought he was just safe here. Is he not just safe? Why? Yeah, that's not the move. That's not the move at all. Is it the fork? Queen
I clutched
B4?
up thrice yesterday on CS. 2-1v3 and a 1v2 hee.
See, I thought the problem with this was that even after here, that the enemy would still have counterplay. That's what I thought. Like there'd at least be some counterplay left for the enemy. But I guess not. I guess not. I guess the black can get back in time to stop the pawn, and that these pawns aren't strong enough to make it on their own. They're not fast enough. Okay. That's fair. That's fair. So this was a hard one. I think this was hard. This was the idea. This is the resource. And instead of like trying to threaten the mate, keep that diagonal open instead for the fork. He's forced out onto this white square, and then you just pick up both rooks. I wasn't thinking that. I wasn't thinking both rooks. I thought for sure there was some
The
way to either win the
1v3s
queen
had a cheater
or
tool.
clutched up thrice yesterday. And we're talking about in CS? Yes, in CS. Awesome. Did you take clips of it? I would love to see it. Thank you very much, Fook Life, for the help. Thank you thank you as well, Sleeper. Who else helped with those? Cesarin came by and took a look at the puzzles. I'm not sure he suggested any moves, but I'm fairly certain Sleeper and Fook did, and we got a new personal best. We got a new
Yep, but
stream
the
best.
file is too big. So I'll just include it in the montage.
Cool. The file is too big. Gotcha. I am, if people have been relatively active in the Discord, so I might just see if I can boost the server so that we can share up to 50 megabyte files at some point. If someone else boosts the server, I will add to the boost to make sure we get there. Because I think it requires 4 total boosts, and I can boost it easily with 2. Might be a little bit harder to get up to 4 by myself.
I think I need to have Nitro as well.
If you want Nitro, if you want, I'm certainly not trying to pressure anybody to doing anything they don't want to do.
I'm pretty sure that's how it works.
Yeah, I think so. Let me take a moment. Let me reopen up the chess.com app because it's a little bit better for the scene. Let's do play on. Let's do our daily moves real quick. This will just take a moment. This is where's mine? I guess I'm white in that other game. This is Buffalo Bills game. Let's just trade and hit yes. So that's our daily games. Let me fix my board, and then we will play some Blitz or viewer games. If anybody would like a viewer game, now would be the time to challenge it as I'm adjusting my board. Here we go. Something like that. That looks pretty good.
I'm gonna have some ramen since I just woke up from a nap. Ramen after nap is godly ill.
Ramen after nap does sound really good. That sounds amazing, in fact. I love ramen noodles as well. Like, I can eat ramen until it's coming out of my pores. Maybe instead of having it like just the board, we can bring this over like this. Is this more interesting? I don't know. We're gonna try it though. We're gonna try something a little bit different in format today. We're gonna stick this here. And this over here. And then we'll just shrink.
I have Buldak, Carb, and Shin with me right now.
You know what? Or, we could just keep that on top. That works just fine, I think. So let's try it like this. Maybe this is more entertaining to see. At some point, I may put on an overlay, but let's try this with me over here instead. I have Buldak, Carb, and Shin with me right now. Shin Ramen and Buldak. Isn't Buldak very spicy? You like spicy noodles? Buldak, as I recall, is fairly spicy. If anybody would like a viewer game, I am Limelatch on chess.com.
I think I'm gonna have to go Buldak for that tiny kick. I can handle the full packet hee.
Yeah, I do the same thing. I have Shin Ramune Black packets here in the States. I get it. They sell it. They sell it at the big box store, in fact. I don't even have to go to the Asian market for that one. And I really enjoy them. Very, very spicy. And I use a full pack as well. But normally I add in extra water, extra vegetables. I always like to boil up some onion, usually green onion. I throw in an egg in there and some the onions and maybe some carrots and celery. And then I add in that full packet of spice and it makes it spicy and it's good. It's so good. Oh, before before I get into...
I couldn't handle a tiny bit of spice
games.
before, but now I can handle Buldak ha ha ha.
Sorry that took so long, Insane Gamer, but if you are still around, we can certainly play. Just send me a challenge. If anybody else would like a game, I know Iotis, was it? Iotis, who came over from, who was Nathan, who came over from YouTube. If you're still around, feel free to challenge. Thank you for hanging out with the puzzles for a period of time as well. That was very, very fun. I really enjoyed Puzzles Day. I know it went long, but that's only because we got up to 59 puzzles. That was pretty fun. Let me fix Riku real quick, and then we will do that. Let me So you like this one, which is Riku 4. Where is this
BRB,
Riku?
gimme like 15.
You take your time, good sir. Anytime. Don't worry about me. So I'm going to fix you now. You are now the Riku command. Let me disable the other ones. Group. Q. How do I guess I can just delete them. Yeah, it's probably easier. Okay, now it's just Riku. Just Riku. Now it will be exclamation point Riku, and that will work just fine. The other ones have been deleted. Now it's just Riku. I'm glad you enjoy that voice. I'm glad you have chosen one and that it is to your liking. So that's awesome. All right, with no challengers, which is fine. No one's if people are not interested in a viewer game. I am totally okay with that. We're going to play some Bullet. I am kind of itching. Well, maybe we'll play one. Actually, I want to play Blitz. I take it back. I talked about this earlier. I wanted to up my Blitz game a little bit. I've lost a decent incrementally, but I do lose like 1 or 2 points every time I play Nikita, and I've lost like 20, 30 points doing that alone. But let's just play fast here. We're down a piece, but that's all right. I'm just trying to confuse the position a little bit. Just trying to make my opponent waste some time. The only way I'm winning this game is on time. It's the only way I'm winning this game, so we're going to try to win it on time. Just trying to make some veiled threats, not actually threatening anything, if I'm being honest. Okay, here. I don't know what that does. It's annoying, but I don't think it does anything at the end of the day. So guard this pawn. Okay. Just trying to win on time here. That's the only thing I'm trying to do. My opponent is wasting a lot of time trying to find a defense here. Or try to find a finish, I should say. And he's out of time. He's out of time. That was a good one. That was really good. That was really fun. Parashkia. Parashkia. Or is it Parashkia? How is it going? You're also from India. We've had a couple people from India stop by today. I've asked everyone from India the exact same question. Are you rooting for Gukesh Domaraju against Sindarov in the World Championship? I'm rooting for Gukesh. I've been a Gukesh fan ever since he became World Champion, even before, really. I've hated all the hate he's gotten from some people who thinks he didn't deserve the World Championship because he beat Dingley Ren, who wasn't on his best form in the World Championship. But he's proven over and over and over again he can compete. He's beaten Magnus Carlsen in tournaments since then. I think he is an excellent ambassador, an amazing World Champion, and I'm rooting for him against Sindarov. But I really enjoy Sindarov's play during the candidates. He's really excited me, and I think it's going to be an amazing World Championship match. And so I'm really looking forward to the World Championship. Yeah, Riku. Now that's it. Did that work? Riku, when you used that, did that work? I didn't hear. I was kind of nerding out about the thing. Did that work? It better work. Better work. No, it didn't. Okay, give me half a second to troubleshoot that. Why is it always something? Why is always something? Oh, I see it. 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 Hold on. Riku. Hold on. Okay, when then it's Reek 4. Okay. How about now? Oh. Riku, how about now?
How about now?
There we go. Chess Player Official. Hello. Also on the YouTube. Thank you so much for coming by. I do post. I'm getting ready to play a little bit of Blitz. We get a personal best in puzzles to start the day off. Right. It is 9 a.m. local time. We got a couple hours left. I'm probably gonna play chess all day today, and we're gonna be draw offer. What? What just happened there? How are you doing, Chess Player Official? How are you doing on this fun? Why does this person keep offering a draw? Okay. Okay. I just wind up a pawn up. Why? Stop! Is there any way to stop him from doing that? I don't know. What is this draw offer spam? It's annoying is what it is. Okay. Also okay. That works. Push. Threatening this. What is my... Okay, we can do that. I am totally okay with that. I think my bishop is going to shine in this endgame, so here, and take another pawn. Now we're up 2 pawns. Back, so we can defend at the minimum. Alrighty. Go here, bring it around, swing it around, get our pawns forward. This person is very annoying with the spam. This person is going to get reported at the minimum here. Here. Shut the knight out. Is this really a draw? That doesn't seem right. There's really no way into this position. Feels like there should be a way into this position. No, that doesn't work, does it? Force back. He's got to take, right? I think this is a draw. I think. Yeah, this is a draw. I think this is actually a draw. It is. It became an actual draw. I almost blew it, too. I almost blew the draw because I was trying to find a way in. Hello. No problem. I'm good. Playing style is 1700 and my rating is 600. Ha! Sorry, I get you. I get you, chess player. That's pretty cool. Yes, this is a draw. He spammed draw the entire time. I am never playing that person again. Who does that? Who does that? The guy's not cheating or anything, but I don't want to play someone who just like spam requests draw and move 1 to move 60. He literally offered 60 draws in that game. That's a bit much, don't you think? You are definitely right. I think he might have had a win in there after I made a mistake too. Like after I let his knight in, He kind of locked down that position. I wasn't able to take advantage of his doubled up pawns. I let his king get too far forward. That was the big thing. I should have prevented his king from getting as far forward as he did at the beginning of that. I'm fair certain I had a one endgame until I did that, and then I gave him a winning endgame, and he blew it. I've told everyone that's come by, chess player, that when I first started streaming, my blitz rating was 1850. But I don't mind that I've lost the elo, but it's just it's very instructive to understand that I'm gonna go here next. This is not a bullet game. I gotta remember that. This is not bullet. It's important. But I was 1850, and then I am an 1850 elo-ish player, like 1750 to 1850. That is my skill level, as I would say. But that's when I'm playing offline. My streamer rating is about 16 to 1700 because that's the best I can do while also streaming. Pay attention to what's happening. So that's what I am. And I don't mind, because the whole point of ELO is just to determine where your 50-50 is, you know what I mean? And I'll get better as I get used to streaming, talking with people like you. That'll be easier. Do you, where, if you don't mind me asking, feel free to say, where do you hail from, chess player? I've had a couple Gukesh Domaraju supporters who came by earlier who hail from India, which makes total sense. And just asking kind of everyone where they come from. I find it fascinating. Oh, we also have open song requests and a giveaway. We have a giveaway happening. We are giving away a $25 Steam gift card on May 31st. You do not need to be present to win. You don't need to sign up for anything. All you got to do is enter a couple chat commands, and once a day you can earn a ticket into the drawing that will happen on May 31st live. If he really wants to trade that, I'm okay with it. I'm going to shoo away this knight. It's annoying. I think I am going to take this. I forgot his queen could take. That's not a big deal, though. That is just not a big deal. Let's start. Oh, no. My knight is undefended, isn't it? I kind of like where my knight's at, and this pawn is like, we had a revealing attack on it, so might as well move that first. And I'd like to look to double up my rooks on the open file, so let's see if we can do that. I just now noticed this pawn is hanging, though, isn't it? Wonder why my opponent didn't see that. You'd think he would notice that. Let's push the pawn so it's better supported on the e5 square. And now we double up. Eventually, we'll swing knight around somewhere. It'll go somewhere. And then we can dislodge the enemy knight. I've been playing chess for a year, I think. Oh, that's awesome. And you said you're a 600? That's very good. A lot of people who just start out within a year are still in the low 200 to 400 range. The fact that you're 600 means you're learning. Just keep playing. At 600 elo, almost the only things you need to do are play more chess and do your daily puzzles, and you will be just fine. I don't want to double up my pawns on this, so I need to find some other way. Let's see. Let's just try to reroute the knight over to this square after we dislodge. That's fine. I don't see what that really does. We have everything on white squares for the most part, so this bishop has nothing really to attack anyway. Let's get that knight out of the... Oh, there's a fork there, isn't there? Darn it. I made an oopsie. I made an oopsie. Doesn't mean the game's over, but I'm moving like it's a bullet game. I shouldn't be. That was a big mistake on my part. Let's see if we can get some counterplay going. Oh, this is going to be rough now. I've turned this game into a mess. Probably lost now. Probably a mess now. Yeah, but don't get discouraged. Keep playing. Play as many games as possible, and you will definitely improve at that elo. I'm going to try to just consolidate the position, keep everything guarded. The rook could have came in, I suppose, but he didn't want to. He did not want that. Here. That's fine. That's currently supported. Again, the rook can come in, but doesn't want to, apparently. Doesn't want that smoke. We'll just take this, and we'll find a better square for our knight. He finally saw that move. Good for him. I'm going to lose on time either way. There's no increment in this game, so this is not good for me. Which is a shame, because I have a decent amount of counterplay here, and so we're not going to see if it would have amounted to anything. I just don't have time to make any good moves is the issue. Yeah. Yep. Not a problem. Not a problem. The Uyghur? Are you the Uyghur? Or are they Uyghur? Is it the Uyghur or they Uyghur? And is that your, what is that, you on chess.com? If you would like a game, feel free to challenge me at any point in between matches, or let me know you want a game and I'll stay off of the game, and then you can. We have open song requests as well. If anybody would like to play a song, it looks like, what did I tell you? It looks like our Spotify is just back online all by itself. I did nothing, and now our Spotify is back. So let me put on the MM so we can see on screen what song is currently playing. Not that. Stick you over here so you can see what song's playing. All right. I guess you don't need to see that. We'll just hide that, in fact. There you go. There we go. Now you can see everything quite well. I'll move this side. I like having this file open. Generally speaking, pawns should be moving towards the center. Like you generally want to take towards the center if you have an option. No, I just like seeing you play chess. That's awesome. That's awesome. I will try to make it dynamic. I am a big London enjoyer. I play a lot of London. I bought a course on the London from a grandmaster called Amon Hambleton, who streams as well. He's part of the Chess Bra community, if you are a fan of the Chess Bras. And he would be disappointed in how I play the London, but I'm really just starting to learn from his course. For 30 years, I've been playing the London, and I've been playing it wrong, apparently. But I didn't know I was playing it wrong, and now I know. And if he wants to trade queens, that's all right. I lose like a half a tempo for that, but that's not that big a deal. We can just cover it this way, but then we drop the pawn. There's got to be a better way to cover it then. How about here? We can still just trade. That just works too. I'm kind of goofing this position up a little bit, but no, I didn't. I did not. Okay. So my knights aren't where I want them to be, but we're not down any position or pieces or anything, so we're fine. We are just fine. He probably could have infiltrated with his rook. He chose not to. That's interesting. Let's move our knight back into a better square. We'll probably move both over there at some point. I mostly play the Italian game. I do love a good Italian. A good Italiano, a nice spicy Italian is a very fun opening to play. I'm a big fan of the Italian as well. I don't play it nearly as much as you probably, but I do play it. I got to be careful of shenanigans here. Let me move my other rook this way, just to keep an eye on everything on this file. It's well supported. Everything is well supported, and if I want to dislodge this knight later, I can. I'm not worried about this. This f6 is a terrible move in general. Mr. Limester, would you like to play a few 5+0 matches? I would. After I finish this game, I will stay off of a match, and you can challenge me, or I can challenge you if it makes it easier, and I would love to do that. I would be really down for some 5-0 games, in fact. I would be really down for that. Let's see here. I am going to take here. I think it creates weakness here, unless, like, either way, where this pawn is eventually going to be dislodged. It's going to have this very big weakness on the edge of the board, and I don't think he can stop me from coming in even. Can he? I guess kind of he can. I need to find a better square for my knight, though. My knight is currently not even in the game. So let's swing it back here. If he wants to trade this bishop for this knight, I am totally down. But otherwise, my knight is coming in to a better square somewhere. Somewhere indeed. This ruins his pawn structure and creates major weaknesses. I am more than happy to do this. More than happy to do this. Maybe this would have been better, but this is still fine. This is going to transition to a really good endgame for me. I'm fair certain. I am fair certain. My knight is now just going to be absolutely amazing on the file. I'm going to push this pawn first, move my rook over to guard it. Everything is going to be on white squares over on this side, so I won't have any problems there. If the bishop ever moves away, I'm going to absolutely fix everything. Well, no, I can't move that first. I need to move here first. I'm running out of time. I need to be careful. Now I can come in to the position, and it should be all right. This should be very good. Here. That works for me. I'm going to find some really good spots for my knight. Well, he can do that, but now I don't have to worry about that file anymore either. Okay, sure. I'm very happy with this. Very happy with this. I took in the wrong, and I'm out of time. Just out of time. I made that move slightly. That was a winning end game, except for that last move. I was low on time. Oh, sorry. I will abort this game. Aborting this game. Okay, I am going to sit and play online. Feel free, sleeper. Feel free to send me a challenge, and we will play. That was very embarrassing. I played very poorly. I was more interested in yapping with everyone who has shown up in chat. Thank you so much for coming by and spending some time on my channel. I really appreciate you. Try to keep it light. Try to keep it entertaining. Okay, big fan of the London, so we're just gonna play that. Maybe the Trumpowski. I do enjoy the Trumpowski as well. Ooh, F5 is bold, sir. Very bold indeed. Good luck to you. I like it. I like the aggression. I think that's very fun. I'm going to try and punish it a little bit by playing very provocatively on the king side, but we'll see how that goes. Threatening to win a pawn. I'm very happy to get my queen off the back rank because I want to castle queenside anyway. So I'm going to castle queenside, and I'm going to start really, really being aggressive on the other side of the board. I can even get my bishop this outpost at any point if I want it, but I think I'm just going to push this pawn. There we go. Just not really in the mood for rap music right now. I'm going to skip the Trippy Red. I don't know what this is. Let us move our rook out. It's very safe with these pawns here. Then there's no way this is a problem. We're going to double up on the H file, find a better square for our queen. Eventually, we've got this spot coming in too. Like, our opponent is very weak on the dark squares. Very weak on the dark squares. So let's go here first, threatening to win this rook. Or at least a pawn in the process. It's a major threat now. Interesting. Couple ways to deal with that. To start with, I am going to move. I'm just going to ask my opponent some questions. How do you defend everything? There's just so many threats here. There's just a lot of threats in this position. Threatening to fork the queen and the bishop, dislodge a protector. Now that drops a pawn for sure. Drops a pawn here and here. And I think my position's like there's just too many threats now for my opponent to deal with. His bishop is undeveloped. His pieces are passive. He doesn't have a lot of space. So this is going to be very, very hard for my opponent. I'm going to attack this queen first before I take the rook. And now we take the rook. I don't know who suggested this, but I am going to remove it from the playlist and skip it. I don't think that's something anyone except the person who recommended it is going to be interested in hearing again. Well, the king, my queen seems like it has a clear line to get into the position now. I think because the knight is on a dark square, and if a knight is on a dark square, it can't attack the dark squares anymore. It's only attacking light squares. This seems like a completely reasonable move with the possibility of the queen coming in to support. Okay, I saw that. Do I want to just infiltrate now or play a little bit positionally first? There's got to be something better, right? And this pawn is still hanging too. Matter of fact, is that queen is just about trapped now that I'm looking at it. It's not, but it's almost trapped. What if we just move our rook over here to dislodge some defenders, if nothing else? Then we'll see if we can finagle our queen in here somehow. This bishop and rook are annoying. Well, I think that just drops the knight, though. Does that not just drop the knight? Because the knight is now pinned to the queen. There's probably a mate in here, or is it some tactic that ends the game sooner? But, you know, in a blitz game, sometimes you just want to play it straight. Just take the winning moves. Don't worry about playing too precisely. If you try to play too precisely, Hikaru Nakamura talks about this all the time. What makes him Hikaru Nakamura has won the World Championship Blitz. match multiple times, only ever losing to Magnus Carlsen, I believe, on a few years, who is inarguably probably the best player in history at the game of chess. Okay, that's annoying. I'm not sure it's too big a deal either, though. I mean, I could almost just sack the queen for it. Almost. I'm not going to, but I could almost do that. I'm not sure I like my queen over here. It's just not really doing anything. I guess it could come back here, though. Yeah, okay. Okay, I'm convinced. We can do something over here. The queen's not useless on the edge of the board over here. But, what was I saying? Oh, he talks about all this time. The key to winning blitz is not playing the perfect moves. It's playing really good moves quickly. Like, in other words, if you have to spend extra time to find the perfect move, that's normally not as good as finding a good move in less time. Especially because I'm not sure you've ever seen the way those formats are, but you tend to stall games out quite a bit. The knight is actually still guarded by the bishop, and this is just an even trade, so I'm just going to take the knight. And then that's just an even trade. It's a resource, but I don't think that did much. I see the point in that move. In all seriousness, I could probably just sack the knight and not care. It'll make it an more interesting game, too. Like, it'll be just more interesting. And I can use this opportunity to dislodge the bishop. I could probably save the knight by moving it into the corner and then taking the pawn and everything else, but let's just play aggressive. Let's just play aggressive. Yep. I think I'm just too far ahead in the position to really care about losing a few extra pieces. So I'm not going to worry about losing those few extra pieces. Yeah, let's start hunting some pawns. Or should we give up? Should we save the knight? Should we save the knight now? Is it important to try and save this knight? Probably, again, not. Yeah, I'm just gonna take this pawn. Why bother? Why bother is what I say. Okay, okay. That works. We're going over here. And now we have now we have an interesting game. I do this a lot with viewers, by the way. I could have played this cleaner, could have saved some pieces, been further ahead, but I like keeping games close against viewers. I really do. I think it's much more fun. I can force the queen trade now. So now he cannot escape the queen trade. Maybe there was a desperado there. Maybe if there was one, I didn't see it. I need to be careful of bank rank shenanigans, but I probably am good to just trade these pawns off. So let's do that. Yep. Now everything's guarded, and I have escape squares for my king. And now we shove pawns. We just shove pawns. I'm going to move the rook here because I don't care about the back rank anymore. My king is... Okay, it's annoying, but it's not that annoying. In other words, there's ways to deal with it. Yeah, let's just get you off out of there. Get out of there. Come on, go away. And now we'll just go into the back rank. It's fine. It's fine. It'll just take us a little bit longer to get where we were going, but we're going to get there all the same. We just have to play a little bit more precise now. Once our king gets off of this back rank, we'll be 100% okay. That's fine. Now his king is stuck on my back rank. This king has made the journey from here all the way to the back rank. And he's gonna die there. This king is out of the game. Out of the game, never to return. He has been exiled to the Shadow Realm. This king will forever be lonely over here. And now we just push pawns. Simple as that. Okay, I think I messed up slightly, but that's okay. He still can't stop the pawn, so we're all right. I could have played that more precisely, like I said, but it's okay. Oh, nice move. Now it's going to take longer to win this game. Great resource, though. Great move, Sleeper. Very cool game. Very cool resource. Yeah, we got to guard that. That was a great resource, though, Sleeper. I wasn't even paying attention. That was a great skewer to keep yourself in the game. And now we do it again. Now we push the pawns again. Here. And then we'll just push the pawns. We'll make sure it's supported by the king this time. There it is. There it is. Great game. Great game, good sir. You need to be careful not to fall into a stalemate. And I think we're okay. Good game. Good game, Sleeper. Would you like to play some more? I'm going to send you a rematch if you would like to play more. I know a lot of streamers care about rated or unrated. If you want to play rated games against me, feel free to challenge me. I will not eke your rating if you're just like struggling. We can always switch to unrated later, but it's what you want to do. If you want to play rated, that's fine. If you prefer to play unrated, that's fine too. Do not mind. Either way, you play what you want. Kinda, yeah. Essentially a ladder mate. That's right. We definitely had essentially a ladder mate there. Opponent has played that very provocative move. I'm just gonna ignore this pawn eventually. This is just a major weakness, but I'm not gonna hinder my development or ability to expand in the center just because these pawns are coming forward. Okay, that's not really anything I'm worried about. Now my opponent just has a lot of kind of weaknesses in the position. Everything is consolidated. There's no weaknesses. Let's just go ahead and castle. Improve our position. Improve the position. Everything is supported. Our opponent still has his bishop and knight on the back rank, so we're just completely okay with all of this. A couple ways to play this. A few different ways to play this. I kind of like this move. Just not sure it does anything, but we're going to make it anyway because we have a bishop and knight who are just kind of coordinating. Ooh, careful, my good sir. My good sir, this is a supported fork. So we win an exchange. Then we can pick up the rook and lose the knight, which is just good for us. Now I'm just going to trade as much off as I can, as safely as I can, and start just harassing my opponent. I want this square for my knight. I guess there's no need to overextend, though, either. And our opponent is still very behind in development. So let's try to expand on this side of the board, trade some more off. I just have to be careful of what little weaknesses I have on the board currently. That's fine with me. That is 100% fine with me. His bishop is still on the rank. I'm not worried about this knight on its own, and it's a drop. It is. Do keep in mind we are playing 5-0, so, if you need to take a little extra time, make sure you use your time wisely, especially in those critical moments. Take that extra minute. Take a full minute. Take 2. Like, if it's the critical point of the game, play it, take your time, use that time. It's very easy because people are very good at openings these days. Like, back in my day, a lot of people struggled with openings. Now, everyone's an opening genius. But back when I was once a youngster, it was very, very easy to catch people out in all kinds of crazy, wacky openings. But it's a lot harder now. It's very, very hard now. People know their openings. But that also means they're less disciplined on time because they kind of race through their openings because they know it by heart almost. Very happy to trade that. Because I'm up so much. I was already up 2 minors, so it's just more pieces off the board. And I like to play a little imprecise against viewers anyway. It keeps the game more interesting. Can we play an unrated game? We 100% can. We 100% can. Let me get a couple more games in with Sleeper if he wants them, and then we can play. I would be happy to play unrated. I would be joyous to play some unrated with you. Can't take with the king. If he takes with the pawn, he drops the rook. Takes with the queen, well, then we just trade, and I'm happy with that as well. I'm going to try to close out this knight. It has no jumps now because everything is covered. There's nothing wrong with trading. There's nothing wrong with pushing either. I want to keep this diagonal open though, so we'll just do that, and then we're just going to prove our position. Okay, offer some more trades. Our bishop is covering the b1 square. That's important. Yeah, definitely trade. So that's going to give us access to more pawns to gobble. Gobble, gobble. Do I want to take it right away, though? I kind of want to shoo this king away and take this open file first, if I'm being honest. Yeah, this is fine. Here. If the king tries to chase the A pawn, we'll just start gobbling up their pawns. If he doesn't, then I'm going to start pushing it and just supporting it with the rook, and that's probably how we'll end the game. Probably. That's the plan, anyway. All right, I'll wait. Cool. Thank you so much, chess player. Thank you so much for being patient. Okay, he's not chasing, which is fine with me. Here. Pinning. If he moves down, we have this nice little resource. See which way he goes. We shall see which way he goes. Okay, he chooses to ignore it altogether, so I'm just going to swing this over now and take this pawn. He can't trade on this square, by the way. Like, this does not work. This does not work at all. Yeah, that does not work. Not work. Because now I'm forced... Now I force the trade. I'm happy to lose the knight because this king is never getting to this pawn. It's just too far ahead. When you're behind the pawn, you got nothing. You got nothing. Locking that down so my opponent has no counterplay. And now we're just going to finish the game. The queen pawn. Good game. Very good game. Sleeper, work on your time management a little bit. No, like, give yourself the extra time you need when the game gets complex. When trades are happening, when it seems like something important is happening in the game, you're really good with your openings. You're okay with your openings. I would be careful about pushing pawns, your F pawns and your C pawns, but just take a little bit more time at the critical points of the game where everything's getting traded off. That's my only suggestion. That's the only suggestion I have for you. You seem to know what you want to do on the openings. Just watch your mid-game tactics. When we start getting into the mid-games, give yourself the extra time. You seem to be able to find decent resources in the end game, and you know our openings. It's that middle game where you need to be expending 80% of your time. Like 3 to 4 minutes of your time should all be spent in the middle game before things start going down. Before things start getting hectic. Knights are guarding, so now I don't have to worry about this pawn. I can push forward and bring my bishop out, finish my development. It's a lot of pawn pushes, but I'm okay with that. These pawns are normally what you hide your king behind. The fact that they're up here is can be problematic. This takes 2 moves to trade, whereas like I'm pushing pawns and continuing my development. So I'm very up ahead in tempo, and we're going to work on that. Finish on my development. This is eventually coming at some point. Actually, I realize I could... Well, no. I couldn't have used that tactic just yet. But I can now. I can now take this pawn freely. Because this pawn cannot take back because of rook takes rook. We say this pawn is pinned to the knight. Unable to move. It's stuck. Also, why don't you pre-move? Because this is a blitz game. And pre-moves are very bad in a blitz game unless you're at the end of the game and there's a time scramble. Trust me on that. I've seen so many people pre-move their opening and then in a blitz game, and then someone plays something stupid. which is guaranteed to lose. Like they'll do like this. They're expecting my opponent. Like if I think my opponent is pre-moving in the middle game, I'll just take this pawn, and then they've pre-moved, and then I win the queen. Now obviously this drops a knight, right? But if they're pre-moving, well then I just take the queen. So why pre-move? You've got plenty of time. You got minutes on the clock. I've seen so many people do that thing in the open. They have their openings memorized, and so they're pre-moving it out, and then their opponent does something, makes a really bad move that harasses their queen or something, and then they lose the game because they were pre-moving. Only pre-move in a blitz game at the end if you're low on time. Do not pre-move before then. It just causes problems. Sometimes even if it works, your brain isn't quite picking it up, and you get in the habit of bullet brain. You get into a bullet brain habit. And I would even have told you this 15 years ago when I was in my peak. About 15 years ago was when I peaked in my overall gameplay of chess and when I was studying chess the most. And I played a lot of bullet then. I played a lot of blitz then. I played a lot of rapid then. I played a lot of everything then. I played variants a lot. And I would have told you the same thing back then as I would tell you now. Don't pre-move in a blitz game. Unless you're in a time scramble at the end. I pre-move like the obvious moves, like if knight takes pawn, like I could pre-move that. Like I'll pre-move that all day. All right, my opponent is weak. You know, there's no real attack happening on my king side. I'm going to castle king side just so I can get my rook over here more readily, and I'm going to just start trying to punish my opponent's pawn structure because he has thrown his pawns very far forward. They're very easily disrupted now because I can attack them in the center of the board. My peak rating was about 2,000 in blitz and about 2,100 in bullet. That's about as far as I ever got. Yeah, that was about my peak. And that was peak for me. Flat Earth Lifer on Kick. Hello. How are you doing, Flat Earth Lifer? Or is it Flat Lifer? Are you a Flat Lifer or a flat ear? Flat ear. Do you like flat ears or flat earths? I gotta know. Because, you know, I'm a fan of people who believe both. I think if you believe the earth is flat or that you like flat ears, in both cases, I think you're an interesting person and you should let me know what you are. I'm going to push this just so I can get ready to push this. That's the idea here. Or, you know, actually, I don't like that. I like the idea of taking this pawn, opening up this file. That's what I like more. Just have to find a better way to do that because I don't want to give my opponent this square either. So, but I don't see an easy way to do that. I do need to find better. Yeah, so maybe it is push. I don't really want to give my opponent this either, though. This is rough. I've kind of made a bit of a mess of this position. I guess we just massage the position a little bit. I think that's our only play. So flat ear. Is it flat ear or flat earth? I gotta know. Are you a flat ear person? Are you a flat earth person? And a flat earth was just taken. Okay, I think I'm going to be very happy. This knight is what's holding all the glue together in its position. Once it's gone, it's going to be very much easier to take this pawn, open this file, and punish. Because then I don't have to worry about dropping this pawn, for example. Okay, that's fine, but it's still the same happy bit. The queen can't even take this pawn. Queen, because now I'm threatening this on this file. That's why we move the rook to c1. See, do you see it? Do you see it, Sleeper? Do you see it? Do you see it? Like why you couldn't move this queen? That queen was your only guardian left of your pawn. Good game though. Good game. One more. Let's see. Just as a reminder, chess player, we have one more game. I'm going to play with Sleeper, and then if you would like a match, it can be whatever, as long as it's 10 minutes or lower. I don't want to play anything that's a 10-minute time control or higher. I mean, up to 10 minutes is fine. But if you want to play rapid, a 10-minute rapid, if you want to play blitz, if you want to play bullet, if you want to play hyper bullet, if you want to play atomic, if you want to play horde, if you want to play crazy house, whatever you would like to play, you are free to challenge me after this game, and we will play because I play it all. I'm a big fan of chess. I'm a big fan of chess variants. You are looking at one of the highest rated atomic players in the free internet chess server during its peak time. I wasn't the highest. There are people like Tapao and Chronotog. If you know who Tapao and Chronotog are, then +7 to intelligence. They are legends in the atomic world. If you want to learn how to be the best atomic player possible, go to Tapao's YouTube page. He has every single opening theory, even maintained to this day, on how, like, all the deep theory on atomic. And I learned from Konatog. I learned from the best, but I was rated at one point almost 3,000 in the game of Atomic on the free internet chess server. I probably would struggle to get that far now, especially now that so many people know Atomic, know the variants, know the openings, know the tricks. But I play it all, is my point. I play everything. If you want to play anything, if you want to play Suicide Chess, if you want to play Fisher Random, whatever you would like, we can play it. I'm going to move back. I'm happy to open up my edge files. I'm always happy to open up my edge files. Usually. We'll continue development. Just continuing development. If he wants to trade the knights on here, then that is fine with me. Gets my queen off the back rank. So if I want to castle queen side, I can. My opponent does have the bishop pair and is ahead slightly on development and position, but a little bit ahead on tempo, I would argue. I'm going to force my opponent to consider whether or not he wants to keep that light square bishop. I'm very sad, Flat Ear. I'm very sad. I wanted to know if you were Flat Earther. Very sad. I really wanted to know. You were a very cool person. You hit me with the LOL, and then I didn't hear what your take on Earth is. Is it an oblate spheroid? Is it a sphere? Is it flat? Is there an ice wall? I am deep. I am deep into the flat Earth knowledge. So I'm very sad that I don't get to find out where you are on your flat ear or Earth stances. I think there might be some way to punish what my opponent just did. There's got to be a tactic here somewhere, I believe. Like, we have all kinds of interesting knight jumps that could be things with the revealing attack. Just not sure what that tactic is. Not sure. It's like I almost can just do this. Almost. I can't. I can't. But I almost can. Almost can. I don't know. I don't see it. So instead, I'm just going to double up my... I'm going to castle. I'm going to castle. Thank you so much for following the channel, Flat Earth. Flat Earth? Is it Flat Earth? Wait a minute. It says Flat Earth Lifer. Flat Earth Lifer follow the channel. I got Flat Ear and Flat Earth. Oh my goodness. This is a red letter day. I am so happy. So now we definitely... Flat Earth Lifer confirmed. We have a Flat Earther. They're my very first person who is a Flat Earther that I know that has followed my channel. That makes me happy. That makes me very happy. We have someone who is who understands that we are surrounded by the ice wall and that we are not an oblate spheroid and that we never landed on the moon or took high resolution pictures of it. We have someone who knows their stuff. I'm going to try to lock down the position with b5. Can't en passant without losing. Well, kind of can though, can't he? Kind of can though, can't he? So maybe we just push this pawn first. Or we could just take... There's all kinds of things here. You know what? Instead, I'm just going to move my queen out. Let's free it up. Yes, I am all of that. That is amazing, Flat Earth. Thank you for the follow, by the way. I'm always excited when I see people following me on Kick. I love my Twitch people. I love my YouTube people. But for me, if I'm watching a stream offline, and I watch a lot of streams, I'm watching on Kick. I came over following GM... Well, shortly before. Anytime there's any new platform, I have a DLive account. I have a Mixer account. I have an Odyssey account. I have accounts on top of accounts. I join accounts everywhere. But when Hikaru Nakamura came over, that was the big thing. I started watching Kick more and more when Hikaru Nakamura started streaming on Kick, and I just love the fact that there's no ads, and there's a lot of cool people over here, a lot of cool creators I follow. So it just means, I just really enjoy seeing when people from Kick are like following the channel or coming over and saying hi. I'm just trying to move my queen out, trying to find a better square, trying to find some threats. This is a very dry position. I love this outpost my opponent just gave. This means my bishop is here forever. He's got a dark square bishop, so I can't remove him from here. But honestly, what is this bishop attacking? Not much anything. Not much anything. I don't care about these open files. This, however, is a space my opponent particularly might want. And now I'm just going to massage the position, find space for everything I want. Let's see here. Like, I'm going to make this threat. I have two good squares I want to move my queen onto. I came to Kick to see if any Flat Earth people are here, plus I love chess. Why would Flat Earthers be quarantined to Kick? Why? It's like that they can just be, matter of fact, I almost feel like it'd be more relevant to be a flat earther on Twitch than on Kick. I mean, I would think more people. Talk brought me into TikTok. That's awesome. I post shorts on TikTok, Instagram, and YouTube every Sunday, Monday, Wednesday, and Friday. I'll be posting one right after I get off stream in an hour and 15 minutes. I have it ready to go. I have a clip short ready to go. I really enjoy posting those. They don't take a lot of time and they work. All right, I'm just gonna move back over this way. I think I'm gonna try to find a move to play b6 at some point. I'm just gonna have to finagle it, bring my queen back, move my rook up, play b6, open up the position. I've kind of helped my opponent's development, but this bishop square is absolutely amazing to me. So it's totally worth it. Totally worth it. And now we look to play the b6. Open up the position. Get this game resolved. I'm ahead in pawns. I just need to break open the position. Am I ahead in pawns? I'm not even ahead in pawns. What am I saying? So now we play b6. I don't know what this rook is doing over here. He's just chilling. He's just a chill guy. So, when did you become a flat Earth lifer? By the way, genuinely curious. Like, what made you see the light? Was it all the was the plastic flag on the moon bit, or what was it? I am curious. I'm always very interested in why people end up having the beliefs they have. It's very cool to me. Now we can start. How do we? Okay, yeah. Let's. We can either line up the legendary triple stack. We can work towards a double stack and start punishing here. But kind of what I kind of like this move. Kind of like this move. Yes, this move looks very good. There's a lot of tactics I'm looking towards here. I'm not sure if you see them, but I have some cool tactics here. I think I'm going to have a good chance at dislodging this bishop now. Very cool. You have two accounts now. You're a flat ear and a flat earther. That's very cool to me. Very cool to me. I have 3 Kick accounts myself. You know, not to brag. Not to brag, but I have 3 at Kick. No, with this one, now that I'm Limelatch as well, I have even another one. Okay, I'm going to move to a5. The pawn is pinned, as we say, to the queen, so it cannot take. And I'm threatening to take the bishop now on d6. Okay, but if he does that, I thought I had a tactic here. First of all, I could just take and just go for broke, but I think I'll just move back. And, he weakened his white squares bigly. I think that's a huge mistake. Now my queen is permanently now facing down this side of the board. I just need to now just shift my focus completely to the other side of the map, and I think we're going to be fine. Things are going to start swaying quickly to the other side of the board. Quickly. I am low on time, so I do have to lock in. Probably around 2010, I realized all ancient cultures had the same firmament stories and pics. Well, true, but what do you think about the Mayans, though? The Mayans were charting the stars and had a heliocentric version of a round Earth, you know, as early as like 2000 BC. You know, they built temples to the sun and the moon and had a round spherical Earth description of our solar system. Everything's going to get shifted. Everything's getting shifted. I have ample space now on the light squares. We are going to look to punish that. This is an interesting song. It's a long song, though, so I'm going to skip it. It's not quite matching my vibe. Not quite matching. Okay, definitely take that. Lock down that bishop. Oh, I missed that. Ah, good game. Good game. I wasn't even looking at that. I was low on time. Great game. Great game, Sleeper. Great resource found. Great game. Very, very, very well played. I spent a little bit too long opening up the queen side. I should have shifted everything over sooner when I already had my queen over there, but I wanted to come back around and look for a tactic. But great game. Let's see. Chess player. If you would like a game, now is the time for a challenge. I'm going to sit and play online and await a challenge. That was really fun. That was incredibly fun. Great resource found there. Very well played. Probably around 2010. All right. You are right, though. A lot of ancient cultures did have a lot of same firmament. There was in I don't think the ancient Egyptians. The ancient Egyptians had all kinds of weird mythology. I know when you're talking about the Sumerians and anything else, but But we also had like you're not a flat earther who believe like you don't think the Earth, the flat Earth, is the center of our solar system or the universe, though, do you? There are some people that believe that. There are some flat Earthers who believe in an Earth-centric vision of our solar system, but others describe us as a heliocentric version with the disk spinning around the sun. What is your take? Yeah, you played great. You took your time in the middle game, which was beautiful. You got me in time trouble. Don't get me wrong. I'm yapping. Okay, the Yuger, they, Ugger, or the Yuger, I'm not sure which it is playing the E4 push, and I like to play the center counter against it, play D4, D5, bring my knight out, put some pressure. We often trade things out. I get an early queen out into the center board. You believe in the ether. You're an ether believer. You believe not in an empty void, but a matter-filled ether, and that on which the stars roam. Is that what your belief? I mean, clearly, in other words, like clearly there's space in front of you, right? Like there's a space between you and the wall, or you and your computer screen. You just don't believe in the void. You believe in space, just not a void of empty, matterless space or lightly mattered space. Is that what you're telling me? You believe in the ether, the way Aristotle defined an ether in which our stars moved through like an ocean of invisible, but this essence, this matter that existed in space, or like that we would call space. We don't know what's beyond the firmament. Well, but what I'm saying is, what do you believe is between you and the stars? What do you believe the stars are, and what do you think is between the two of them? There are all kinds of theories. Flat earthers have come up with all kinds of theories on that, and I'd be curious of what your take is. I'm going to move... Well, he can't move the knight away in any meaningful way, so maybe I'll just leave that there for now. And just continue development? Yeah, continue development somewhere. Perhaps, perchance. At least for now, he can't move the knight away without losing it. He can move it over here, but I don't really care about that. Okay, now I'll give some space to my queen to move over to the H file and pin the knight to the queen. Obviously, we can trade. Like if you, just for example, here, we can just trade everything, right? Okay, they're not interested in that. I'm going to move back. This does give some shenanigans with this knight moving out of the way. If he pushes, because now I'm forced back here. But I think I'm okay with that. Ooh, you gotta be careful. You gotta be careful. The Yuger, do count your pieces. Like I have 2 attackers on your knight. That means you need 2 defenders or more to make sure that knife is safe. You have removed 1 of your defenders, so now you only have 1. You only have 1 defender of your knight, so that means I can take it because I have 1 more attacker than you have defender. I get the concept of the firmament. I do understand that, but doesn't quite explain again what you think is like what we describe, what other people describe as the ether or the void. Do you believe we have luminous etheric matter between us and the stars, or do you believe that it is an empty void? If you believe in the holographic, and by the way, if you do believe in the holographic interpretation of flat Earth, I think that's a cop-out. I'm just throwing that out there now. I know that's a belief some people have, but if you hit me with the holographic flat Earth hypothesis, then I just think that's a lazy way of looking at it. Just my opinion. It's just too convenient, and it borrows too much of non-flat Earth science in order to make it work. That is just my opinion. That's just my opinion. We have a suggestion. My suggestion is play Age of History 3. Let me write that down. We had Malpa with an Age of History 3 recommendation. Let me write that down. Age of History 3. Just as a reminder, we do have open song requests. If you would like to recommend a song, it's !SR followed by the name of your song and the artist if you want to add it. Or you can just use a Spotify link. It has to be on Spotify, though, to be guaranteed to play. We also have a giveaway. Giveaway is happening. Giveaways are happening. We have a $25 Steam gift card that will be given away on the 31st. No entry is required. Or nothing. You don't have to do anything except interact and chat through the !giveaway command and follow a couple simple steps to earn entries every day. You can earn 1 entry every day into the drawing, which will happen on the 31st live. We don't know. I'm with you. Does Kick have more free speech? It has amazing free speech. I have to ban people for making off-color jokes on Twitch and YouTube when they make them. But on Kick, Flat Earth Lifer, I'm just going to call you Lifer because I like the term Lifer. That's just a fun thing for me. If you'd like to be called something different, let me know and I will refer to you however you like. But until then, I'm going to call you Lifer. It does have the closest you can have to free speech. If you start spamming the N-word, I'm probably going to ban you. If you start spamming emotes or abusing TTS, then I'll probably ban you. So I don't give you free speech. But as far as Kick is concerned, there's probably nothing you can say that will get you banned by Kick. But there are some things you can say in my channel that will get you banned. So I wouldn't recommend those. But if you want to make off-color jokes or, just say some provocative stuff, if you want to talk about flat Earth or conspiracy theories or, why Bush did 9/11, you can do that. You can do that on Twitch. I can say that. Bush did 9/11. It's just a conspiracy theory that people find fun with. I don't actually believe that myself, but we can talk about it. We can talk about how things are interesting. I'm just asking questions here. P-Tone! I am not going to be doing that, but botlive.com. It's great to see, P-Tone, that now you have .com domain, so I don't have to go to .ru to see what your services are like. I really enjoy going to the websites these people recommend, the viewbotters, just to learn, just from my own experience, just to engage in my own conspiracy theories, just like anything else. I'm not too worried about this. I could certainly move my king over now just to consolidate, but I'll just wait to see if he takes or not. If he moves his rook onto the back, I'm just going to sidestep it with b7 anyway. And then transition over. So instead, I'm just going to push this pawn and continue with my attack. I think my attack is faster, and I think my attack is better. My rooks are already over here, ready and raring to go. So let's just open up the position. Let's start swinging our knights over that way now. Start swinging our knights over. The TikTok is high. The TikTok is incredibly censored. Why do you think I'm not streaming over there? I multi-stream to Kick. I multi-stream to YouTube. I multi-stream to Twitch. But you know where I don't multi-stream to? TikTok. And I'm relatively family friendly. I really am. It's like I try not to curse excessively. I do curse sometimes. I try to play games that aren't really adult oriented or say anything that are too crazy. I don't make off-color racist jokes or dark humor. And yet I know, because people keep telling me it's true, apparently you will get banned on TikTok. TikTok will find some reason to ban you. I've heard this over and over and over and over again. It is apparently a thing. And so I cannot do that. I'm going to take this open file, look to play. This would be amazing if I can get this move in. Probably can't, but I have this coming. I have this threat here. I have this threat here. This is already under attack. I want to take this open file first before I start gobbling pawns, though. I do have to be wary of this now. I probably have to take with the knight. The important bit is this wins a rook, so I can't let the rook onto a8, and that's very important. It's definitely a thing. It's definitely a thing indeed. So we take with the pawn instead. We drop another pawn, but we're up a knight, so it doesn't really matter. Let us get our rook again, like I said, out of dodge. Do not want to lose that. Currently threatening this pawn. The rook can't come over here because it's covered, so I'm definitely going to be picking up another pawn here. I think my opponent's only real play is to try to attack this pawn, but I do have this, if nothing else. If nothing else, but this is probably better, actually. Yeah, that's probably fine, too. Probably fine. At the end of the day, I'm just going to wind up with a knight and a rook again. But it's important to realize that a knight and a rook against a rook, I think, is a draw. I don't think it's enough to win with a knight and a rook. I know a knight and a rook versus a queen is a draw for the black, so maybe it's not. Maybe rook, I'll have to look that up. I think maybe I'm wrong about that. It's possible. It's definitely possible. Let's just guard everything, consolidate everything, and again, this rook can't attack this pawn, can't defend both of those pawns. This doesn't do anything. Yeah, that doesn't do anything. It's annoying, but it gives me the ability to move my king to the square I was already planning on moving to. I was already wanting to move my king there, and see, this is defended, so it's not an issue either. Let's get this check in, just so it guards this pawn also, so I have a double defense, and I can start looking to remove this pawn from play. The rook can't easily defend everything. He can kind of attack over here, but this rook is just, it needs support. It needs pawns, it needs knights, it needs bishops. It's just not going to do it at least. At least you can go full screen here. You certainly can. 100% can. TikTok, you have to I think chess is one of the easier games to stream vertical on, though, because the board is square, so you can put, it's not like, how most games are widescreen, right? They're high resolution. Ooh, gotta watch your rook. You had plenty of time. You did not need to do it like that, chess player. You did not. You're playing well, though, for a 600. For a 600 level player, you are playing very well. I do want to point that out. I'm going to throw in this check. If he comes back, it's going to be over here, and then we pick up this. If he does that, then we just grab this. I'm just going to sack my rook, because why not? And yeah, now we just push pawns. Push pawns all day long. And now he can't get to this because he needs to be in this box. In order to stop this pawn, he needs to be in this box. If he's not in this box here, then he can't stop the pawn. Shiv, how is it going, my good sir? How are you doing over on YouTube? It is very good to see you. I always enjoy seeing when you're around, Shiv. I have been playing since I was 7 years old, so 36 years I've been playing chess. I stopped getting any better at chess when I was about 29. That's when I peaked and decided I didn't want to be any better at chess. You do reach that point. You can only get so good at chess as it is, and I got as good at chess as I ever wanted to be, and then now I play for fun. I go up and down a little bit, and I can improve. I'm not saying I can't improve, but I don't care about my rating. Like, I'm 1400. I'm a lot better than 1400 in Rapid, by the way. But I keep playing viewers, and I keep taking it easy in the early game and giving them advantages back. Like, I sack my knight, like, in this end game, and I don't mind. I enjoy that. How are you doing, though, Shiv? It is a beautiful Sunday here. I hope you are having a wonderful Sunday as well. This is what most cleanly wins the game because it forced the king over here into this checkmate. The Art of Dying by Gojira. I can't remember who originally recommended Gojira, but that was very fun. I'm going to play, if you want another game, the Ugo. We are going to play one more. If after that, if he wants to play. Okay, he does. Shiv, if you would like to play some Rapid, a couple games of Rapid after this match, I'd be more than happy to play you if you are interested in the game. This won't take any longer than 15 minutes, I'd say. Yeah, but I've been playing since I was 7. Do you play chess, Flat Earth? Do you play chess, Lifer? Awesome. I would love to play you, Shiv. I really enjoy playing it. Shiv recommended a game called Kamla, which was a 90-minute spooky game where you had to cleanse a demon. A draw? What? No draw, sir. No draw. And that was really fun. It took us 90 minutes or so to beat that game, and that was a lot of fun. Very spooky. Almost gave me a heart attack, but I've been taking a whole bunch of game requests. If you want to suggest a game, you can do it here. You can do it on my Discord, and I'm new, but I'm getting a lot of games suggested to me. So if you ever want to see a particular game played, suggest it soon while there's still time, and I will play it. I do. I play a lot of Bullet, Blitz, and Rapid. And how are you? Like, where are you on the ELO ladder? Are you someone who would crush me 10 games out of 10? Am I going to crush you 10 times 10? Or is it going to be an even match? Like, are you a GM or are you a no-M? Okay, I want to look. Oh, 1 pixel made their move. That's awesome. I'm the reason why you get down 1700, pretty much, but I don't mind. So that's what I'm saying. Like with Shiv, Shiv is someone I enjoy playing. I find it fascinating as a level to play. And so if I get too far ahead, sometimes I just even out the game a little bit, and I don't mind because it keeps the game interesting and it's how you learn. Like if there's only so much value in crushing your opponent if you're a lot better than they are. Like if you're like really, really better, and you're trying to teach someone how to play chess, there is some value on just like completely blowing them off the board. I'm not saying there's not, but there's also value in blowing them off the board and then letting them back in so you can do it again. So, or giving them a chance, giving them that dopamine, because you also need to maintain interest. You don't want to just play chess just to improve and get better and learn and study. Sometimes you just want to play for fun, and winning is fun. No M, I'm like 1,000 a bullet. That's not bad. There's people like the Uyghur here and Shiv here who would not be able to play at that level. So, and that's what I love about chess is you can very quickly get into the skill level that matches your ability. Like again, I play at an 1850 level off stream, but on stream I'm a 1700. And that's okay with me because ELO fixes that. And so I reach a point of equilibrium where I'm playing people of my skill level of what I'm doing. If I'm streaming and I'm 1700, that's fine. If I'm 1600, that's fine as a streamer, right? I just gave up this bishop on d3. That's my oopsie. And see if we can find some way to get back into this position. Are you into turn game space where you're managing 1 to 6 cards? I sure am. Things like XCOM or Final Fantasy Tactics, these type of games. I certainly am. Okay, my opponent has gone for the rook. It's to be expected. I'm going to argue that I have enough compensation on the king side to where things could still happen. We'll see. Have you tried Invisible Incorporated? I have not. Would you like to see that game, Sleeper? I will look into it if that is of interest to you. I may put a schedule down of games as well if people keep recommending some. Invisible Ink. I'm self-taught at chess. I just play it as it comes because it's so random. Sometimes it is. It's very random. Sometimes we play really bad, and that's okay. Okay, my opponent has given me this move. This could be very bad. This could be very bad for my opponent. Because his pawn is pinned. How is he going to prevent this checkmate from happening on this side of the board? How? See, my opponent is up a rook. Is that it? Is he just up? He's up a full rook. My opponent is up a full rook. And now, because he left his rooks on the back line, they're very passive right now. They're not doing anything. But he didn't worry about his king that's on this side of the board. He's got no minors, no rooks, no queens, no bishops, no knights on this side of the board. So his queen is over here by himself. And then his king just like, I can't do it. I'm stuck. Someone help me. I'm all alone. And yeah, you got to be careful. Good game, though. Great game. Thank you for the games, the Uyghur. If you would like to play more in the future, let's see. What was your name on? I'm so bad with names, especially when I'm first meeting. Chess player. If you want to play more in the future, let's play some more. Shiv, I am available for a match if you would like to play. It's fucking Billy again. Fucking Billy is back. How is it going? Fucking Billy, how are you doing? I saw you earlier. Chess player, great games. Great games. Just as a reminder to anyone who is joining, Eve Singularity. Oh, wow, a Singularity? Are you like the original? Are you like are you the eternal black hole that built our universe? Are we headed towards an eternal white hole on the other end? Or are you just a very singular entity yourself? Thank you for saying you love the energy. I really appreciate that. We're currently playing viewers. If you would like a viewer game, let me know. How are you doing, Eve? Eve or Singularity? See, I love both of those. I love the name Eve. It's just such a great game, such a great name, but I love singularities in general. I'm a Singularity Andy. Like, I know a lot of people weren't really excited when we took a picture of the Singularity resting at the galactic core of our galaxy, but I thought that was pretty freaking cool. So let me know what you are. Are you more of an Eve, a Singularity, or a singular? Like, are you the birth mother of all singularities, the eternal black hole? Good games, chess player. Though, really appreciate the games. You played well for your rating. You played incredibly well. You picked up you saw the free bishop. Just spend. It's the exact same. The exact same advice I gave, who did I start with playing today? I am so sorry. Was it Sleeper that I started with? I am so bad. My short-term memory is not always great. But spend more. We're playing a rapid game. In a rapid game, spend a little bit more time at that critical moment in the middle game. Your opening is fine. Could use some, it can always be improved. Anyone can improve their opening. But you seem to have a good grasp of what you're doing in the opening. Take more time in the middle game. You got plenty of time. We're playing a rapid game. Play it like it's a rapid game, and you'll improve. You're doing great. I went to the store with my dad, and he took me to a hardware store, then a grocery store, then to a zoo store. A zoo store? Did you buy a giraffe? Were all the giraffes sold out today? I've been to a zoo store a couple times, but I wasn't able to walk away with a hippo. Even though all I wanted was a hippopotamus for my birthday that year. I didn't get a hippopotamus, even though I wanted one. So, I just have to live with that shame for the rest of my life, and I'll deal with it. Bye, chess player. Thank you so much for coming by. If you ever want to come back, I stream every day, 2 to 6 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. On Sundays, I'm on early and late because I have family and volunteer work on Sundays. But I do throw in random morning and evening streams. I'm looking to add in more morning streams, so more during this time. So if you ever want to come by and see if there's a chess game available, I always play chess. Always start with chess. We do our puzzles. We do it kind of as a community, kind of not. And but we broke a record today on puzzle. We got 59 on stream today, and that was real fun. That's my personal and stream best. Well, my personal is 54, but on stream that's a new best, and we killed it. And we will play chess every day. Fucking Billy chose to modify a sub emote. I am upgrading everything as fast as I can. I do promise you. We got new voices if anybody is interested in them. We have new voices. We added Trump and Obama by request. By request. I wasn't going to add them at first until I understood if people cared or not, but we had someone specifically request Donald Trump, and so I added Barack Obama too. So we have Obama and Trump and Bart Simpson and Gladys. We have Kermit the Frog and Plankton and Squidward and SpongeBob from the TV show. So they are all there. How much time do you spend on chess in a day? Minimum of 90 minutes on any given stream, but sometimes like today, we're doing 4 hours. We're going to do nothing but chess today because I've been enjoying it and viewers have been active and winning games, and so I'm very happy if viewers are done with games or they don't want to play anymore after Shiv, for example, then I'll start playing some Blitz. I've been slacking on the Blitz, and but that gives me enough joy without burning out. I am going to be playing 4 hours later today. We will again start with chess. We always start with chess on every stream, unless it's a special stream, which happens. We did a 24-hour stream. Who asked? I'm sorry. A chess player. We do a 20-minute stream. We did a 24-hour stream where we played Subnautica 2 because it just released. I'm a huge fan of the first game. And we played it until we ran out of story. We played all of Subnautica 2. We did all the content. Every single bit of content that was available today in that game, we did. We got all the items, personal items. We didn't build everything, but I didn't want to build everything just to build a base. The base wasn't really important, especially once you finish the story. It's like you're done with the story. I beat all the enemies. I got all the gear. I finished the story. I unlocked everything, and we did that in a 24-hour stream, and that was really fun. So we do things like that as well. They don't. What do you mean Grandmasters usually do 1 hour games? They don't. There's all kinds of formats Grandmasters play. If you've ever watched GM Hikaru Nakamura, like on Kick or on Twitch when he's over there, he plays mostly Blitz. He plays Bullet Brawl as well. He does puzzles. He never plays 1 hour games as a streamer. And in the real world, in tournaments, it's normally a lot different. There's a lot of speed chess world championships happening. You got the candidates and the world championship coming up, and those are much longer than 1 hour. Way longer than 1 hour. But but a lot of people do play 1 hour, but I wouldn't say I don't say Grandmasters usually playing 1 hour is an accurate statement. I just don't think that's true. They certainly do play 1 hour games, but I don't think that's usual. I don't think that's the usual. But yeah, it is more time to calculate. It's a classical thing. It's a classical chess is a different beast. It's especially at the top end, like when you're a grandmaster, it's a totally different thing. But you got to do it if you want to be a grandmaster. It's like, because you don't get a grandmaster title from playing Rapid or Bullet or Blitz. You can't do that. In order to be a grandmaster, you have to play classical chess. Have you ever played spell chess? I have. It's not my favorite. I do enjoy it. Here's a fun fact. When I was in high school in the 90s, we had spell chess. We did it with cards. Like Magic the Gathering, you have cards, or Yu-Gi-Oh, you have cards. We played spell chess. You used to get it in a box. You used to come in a box, and you would shuffle your cards, and you would deal them out. So you had your board. And so we play this in person. We play spell chess in person, where we set up the board, and we played with cards. You know what I mean? It's like I freeze your piece, and you throw down the card, and you slam it on the table as hard as you can. You go, freezing your pawn, and it's like no, and it's like, okay, well, I'm gonna teleport my bishop to your back line. And it's like, you throw down the cards. And so, yeah, I've played spell chess. Spell chess is fun. It's not my favorite, but I do know how to play it, and I do play it. Fucking Billy's got me picking mine. Oh, he grayed out my not like this one. That's very cool. I mean, I don't usually watch, but when I do, I usually see 1 hour games. There's all kinds of 1 hour games. You're not wrong. But if you watch Ben Feingold, he plays Blitz. If you watch GM Hikaru Nakamura, he plays Blitz and he plays Bullet primarily. If you watch Benjamin Bach, Alexander Bortnik, Dina Belankaya, Anna Kramling, take your pick. Generally, they're not playing 1 hour games, at least when they're streaming. I'm not saying they never play 1 hour games, but it's different. I'm going to take away this bishop, put his knight over on this side of the board, and see if I can just beat him over to this side and start putting pressure in the center. That is my plan. I'm going to get there a little bit faster than he is. He can't quickly get to either of these squares. They are a little bit far away. I get there a little bit faster, and so I think I'm going to have a little bit of increased tempo. Want to do rapid with me? Fucking Billy, I sure fucking would. Let me play Shiv a couple games, though. This is our first game. I'm definitely going to play Shiv at least one more if he is down for it. I played Chess Player 2 10-minute games, and so I would like to play Shiv. Anyone that challenges me, I always give at least a couple games. I think it's unfair to just play one when you have time to do so, because, it's you want to play both as black and white, and have a second chance at it. It's always good to play 2 games, show you what you got. But yeah, I would love to play a 10-minute game with you, Billy. Would love to play a 10-minute game with you after the next game with Shiv, because this is our first. I hope everyone is having an amazing Sunday. Just as a reminder, we do have a giveaway happening. If you are interested in winning a $25 Steam gift card, that is on the table. You can win that if you so desire. Just do ! giveaway for details. I also have a widget that I don't think is working that is supposed to be advertising that, but is it advertising it, or is it just hasn't done it in a while? I guess it just hasn't done it in a while. I need to change that. It's taking a little bit too long. Let me just manually do that real quick, just so people can see it. Where is my giveaway? There, we'll just test trigger. Yeah, there it is. $25 Steam gift card or equivalent giveaway on May 31st. You do not need, no purchase necessary. You don't need to sign up for anything at all. I'm going to move here and see if my opponent wants to trade. Just see if my opponent wants to trade. He does. Now, if he tries to attack, he certainly is able to, but not too worried about that. I have to take with this pawn because this is pinned. It's a good resource my opponent found. Fucking Billy has earned an entry. They have 3 entries in the giveaway. That is awesome. Thank you for joining. Thank you for joining. Okay, there's a couple ways to play this. Again, this knight is just a little slow for what he's doing. I'm going to take, because he didn't attack my knight, I'm going to take this opportunity to just stack up everything against the c6 pawn. That's my plan. That's my plan. And we'll just see what my opponent does. Okay, that's fair. That is fair. I can either defend this way, which I think I'd like to do, or I can move my knight back. That is perfectly valid as well. I think that might be just a little bit passive. Let's go ahead and put our rook on the A file. Keep in mind, while this is technically pinned, neither the knight nor the rook can easily attack my knight. So I have plenty of time to consolidate the position, bring my queen over, do something. So we're okay. My plan right now, and Dina Belankaya, GM Hikaru Nakamura, Daniel Naragiditsky, all these people who are really amazing coaches will always tell you that it's better to have a bad plan than no plan at all. There's a couple ways to do this. My opponent is looking to swing over and put a better pin on this knight, but I have this, which attacks his knight, which can deal with that as a desperado type attack, or I could just move my knight back and just hold on to the open file, which I think is what I'd like to do. I think that's what I'd like to do. Isn't that what I'd like to do? Yeah, let's just alleviate the pressure on that open file. My opponent's knight is way worse than mine. It's only looking at its own pawns at the moment. I have a lot more leeway in this position. I think I have weaknesses too, but I think my weaknesses are easier to defend. And now that the enemy queen is over here and looking at nothing, I can get my rook back onto the a6 square like my other one, and now he can't dislodge it. Now it can't be dislodged. Fucking Billy, I'm doing amazing. I have a wonderful Sunday. Yesterday was amazing. Today is amazing. I'm drinking some coffee slowly. I'm done with drinking coffee. I'm going to switch to water here in a second, and we're just playing some chess and having an amazing time. I've added in new voice commands. I'm not sure you saw that, but we have new voices in the chat. I need to add in, yeah, Riku's is already in there, but if you would like to see any particular voice added in, like a meme voice or something else, let me know. We can certainly do that. This is certainly a move. It's attacking this pawn and putting real pressure on the c6 pawn. So I think I'm going to make this move, and it's attacking the queen at the same time. My opponent has some ways to deal with this, but you know, depending on what he does, we have all kinds of compensation that we can look at. Okay, he chooses to go for the Desperado, which is fine because I think I'm very happy to disrupt. No. What am I thinking? That doesn't work. It's guarded by. See. What did I say? We're playing a rapid game. Play it like it's a rapid game. So instead, what do I have to do? Just move it back, I guess? Yeah, let's plug the hole back up.
We bombed Venezuela.
Did we? Again? Again, did we? Oh, you're using the Trump voice. I get it. Took a second. I thought you were giving me news. I thought I was listening to Trump do a public radio broadcast that we were bombing Venezuela again. What a weird thing to do, by the way. I'm not saying that we shouldn't bomb Venezuela ever, but the fact that we did it all is still kind of wild to me. Okay. I kind of want to get this knight out of here. I don't like this knight here, and I don't want to see anything coming in to help that knight. So let's go ahead and kick him out. Sir! Shiv, you have 3.5 minutes. Take your time. Your knight is under attack. Your knight is under attack. Take your time. Like, you move there very, very, very fast. Take your time, good sir. And now, now that everything is very well guarded and my position's consolidated, and the knight is gone. The enemy knight is gone. So now we can really look to start hammering this piece over here. You have to put a message after exclamation point Obama. It's like exclamation point Obama and then a message. And then that whatever message you put after exclamation point Obama will be read as a message. As if Obama was saying it. I'm really just not in the mood for rap right now, and there's so much trippy red in here. Let's move. I'm just not in the mood for rap. I got no problem with rap. I have no problem with the person who recommended it. I just now realized I can't take that rook because of this threat, and this is a major threat. So I made an oopsie. I have made what we call an oopsie ploopsie. Let's just block with the knight then. And thankfully, my opponent has many, many weaknesses in this pawn structure. And we still have our queen. We have to make sure that doesn't get traded off. If these get traded off, I'm probably going to lose this game. But as long as I can keep my queen on the board, I think I'm still going to win this game. See, I told my opponent he had 3.5 minutes and to take his time. And then what did I do? I did the same wrong thing. Let's, let us make some space for our king so we don't have to worry about this anymore. So we move our queen away. And then we're going to start looking to maneuver our queen into some better squares. That is the plan. That is the plan moving forward. Matter of fact, I just want to get my king off the back rank altogether to reduce the chance that he will try to trade off.
There is not a liberal America and a conservative America. There is the United States of America.
Amen, brother. Okay, my opponent has made a mistake and has given me the rook back. If I want it, do I want it back though? Do I want this rook back? I could also just push the pawn and play for something more, but no, I think we'll go ahead and pick the rook back up. Now we have a revealing attack on the rook with this check. He can certainly take and improve his pawn structure, but I'd much rather just pick the rook back up and play for more rather than try to fix it. And my enemy, like my king, is much, much, much better placed now. Shiv is going to need to really work hard to find some resources to keep themselves in the game at this point. Do I want to protect this pawn? Yes, I do. Yes, I do. It's kind of important to keep the enemy queen at bay. Okay, that's fine. But I have a pawn I can push too. But I also have a pawn I can push. Okay. That's an interesting move. That is a very interesting move. I'm going to take, because it's with check, if nothing else. And there's some real potential problems for my opponent if he moves even the slightest bit out of line here. I do have to be worried about an infinite checkmate. Thankfully, I'm currently at least covering the square. Hold on, let me think about this here. Takes... No, he can't. Okay, so we just push. We just push. We just push. If the queen tries to move away, then that gives me some leeway because it's no longer attacking the square. And so I can go here, the check, because now I don't have to worry about the dark squares anymore because the enemy queen has a light squares. And now we just push. We push. And we say, I'm going to get there faster. I'm going to get my queen before your queen. That's what I'm saying. I could just take and promote and just be up a pawn, but I think we can do better. I think we can do better. Yes, we can. Yes, we can do better. I think. Maybe we can't. We'll find out. So, how do we do better? Maybe we can't do better. Am I wrong? Am I wrong? Can we really not do better in this position? I feel like we should be able to do better. Can we not? I feel like I should have some tactic here, and yet I'm not seeing one. And yet I'm not seeing one. Huh. I guess we have to do this now that I'm looking at it. I think we have to do this. If we don't do this, I don't know how to proceed. Take the pawn? No. We'll do it this way instead. I like this way better. I like this way better. I'm going to throw this check in. Might be a little bit dubious, but I like it. I like it. Yes, kind of happy with that. Now opponent is on dark squares, and I can improve slightly. Now I can push pawns. I'm just trying to get my pawns up the board as freely as I can. Okay, definitely like this. This is going to really help my position out. I'm fair certain. I'm fair certain this is going to be very good for me. Here, this forces him in front of his queen. Yes, it's kind of what we wanted. And we freeze the pawn and attack his other pawn. And now we got some pawns up. This is a drawn endgame, I'm fair certain, if he plays it perfectly, but can he play it perfectly? And can I do it on time? This is a very fun game. Shiv is playing very well. Very, very well. He's threatening to come in. I'm not sure I need to worry about that. So I'm just going to push. I'm just going to take this pawn. I'm going to believe that I can get out of here if I need to. If I need to. Okay. Now we're pretty much going to do the same thing we did before. Pretty much. I'm up a pawn now. So all I got to do is massage this position. I think we're going to be okay. Think we are going to be just fine. Okay, check. Try to see if we can get him in front of his own queen. That's the goal. Okay, but if he moves that way, then yeah, then I can go here, right? Can I take that? No, I can't. I can't. I gotta go back. I gotta go back. Oh, I only got 2 seconds? I've only got 2 seconds left on the clock. All right, we'll just push. Oh, come on. That was a good game. Shiv, you played incredibly well. Incredibly well. Very, very well. Very good game. Someone else wanted a game. Was that our first game or our second game, Shiv? Was that our first game? Play one. Yeah, that was our first game. Yes, let's play one more. And then Fucking Billy, if you would like to play a rapid game after that, we certainly can. Good job, Shiv, though. You played very, very well in that end game. I got low on time. I shouldn't have let that happen, and then I paid for it. Very, very well played. Chess Player, thank you so much for coming by. Thank you for the games. I really do appreciate it. Thank you for joining on YouTube. I really, really, really thank you for that. Again, if you want to come by anytime you see me online in the morning, we can always get a game in. I play chess. I primarily play chess. I do variety, but I'll be doing variety this evening, but we'll be starting with chess this evening as well. So if you are around in like 12 hours, then you know, we can play more. It's up to you. You still about, Shiv? You played really well that game. Very well played. I'm not sure if I was winning or losing that endgame at the very, very, very end. I think our pawns are getting there at just about the same time. Black piece? Were you... Doesn't matter to me. You can play whatever you want. If you want to just play... Did you rate my song? No, I didn't. What, yesterday? Did I rate your song yesterday? I remember rating a lot of songs yesterday. What is this? I'm probably gonna... Is this your song? This isn't... Tell me this isn't your song, good sir. Please tell me it's not this song. Check your to-do list. It's a good idea. Jace, PayPal, Streamlabs. Can't move camera and chess scene. I already did that. Let me cross. Thankfully, this cup is empty. Thankfully, this cup is empty. Let's see. So, did that. Vanderpump Rules. Not sure what that is. I was going to look into this. Master Duel. Okay, that's a game. Oh, Moog City 2! I did listen to that off stream, actually. I forgot I was supposed to rate it. I just wrote it down. Billy, I wrote it down. You're talking about Moog City 2, right? You know what? Matter of fact, we can. First of all, I'm removing this from the playlist. I don't think this is. This was probably one of the ones Ben recommended. I'm willing to bet. But let's see. Moog City 2, wasn't it? Moog City 2 by C418. Let's add it to queue. That will play next. Yeah. And then I'll give you a rating. I remember I did listen to it after stream. I just don't remember if I had any particular opinion about it, to be honest with you. Bye, chess player. Bye. Bye. Hope you have a wonderful Sunday. Wonderful Sunday. Whatever you're doing in the world this Sunday. I've got a busy day. I don't think I'm going to have a moment's rest today. I don't think every single hour of today is kind of already spoken for. And that's good. Staying busy. I like Alan Walker. I don't remember who first recommended the song, but I am an Alan Walker fan. Shiv is apparently not sure about his opening. Not sure about his opening. It's okay? Thank you. I appreciate it. I'm glad it's okay. It's all going to be okay. I wonder if Lifer's still around. What was the last thing Lifer said to me? Self-taught chess, play it as it comes. And it's a random. It is. It is definitely random. It certainly can be. Although, if you were Stockfish, it would be formulaic. It would just be perfectly. If you were Stockfish, it would be just pure calculation and formula. It's so weird because a lot of these more advanced computers use neural net logic, so they're essentially working the same way the human does, the human brain works, but just at a much higher level. Again, a much more expedient and interesting way to think about the game. I'm going to just play this quiet move A3, just to prevent the bishop from coming out to here. If he wants the bishop out, he's got to put it here. What's my favorite song ever? Like, ever? Oh, come on. I mean, even in genre, that would be hard. Even telling you what my favorite country or EDM or rap or hip-hop song would be hard. But ever? Amongst all genres? That is a hard one. That is a hard one. There's amazing opera songs and and arias and jazz music and pop and K-pop and oh my goodness, a favorite song? Hmm. 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 I have lots of favorites. I have lots of favorites songs. Would you like one of my favorites songs? It may not be the favorite song, but I can tell you a favorite song of mine. Does that help? If you want to give me a specific genre, I could do the same thing. Like if you want to know a specific genre song, we can do that too. But okay, one of my favorite songs, I'm gonna say. Oh gosh, there's so many. I'm gonna say because it has nostalgia. It was the very first. Back in my day, we had cassette players. Like when I was first really getting into music, we would trade cassette tapes. And one of the things I did a lot of, is I get blank cassette tapes and I record the radio. And one of the very first songs I ever recorded, and it was the very, 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 very first song I learned the lyrics to. I memorized them on purpose. I did it on purpose. And I was very young at this age. I was like, we're talking like third grade. And it was Neon Moon by Brooks and Dunn. And I had no idea what that song even meant at the time. As an adult, I do, obviously. But like as a child, at my age, barely coming up to my parents' knees, I didn't really know what the song was about too much. But I just know I really liked the melody. And I grew up in a country music household. So I'm going to say Neon Moon by Brooks and Dunn. Absolute classic. Amazing song. Great vocals. Great lyrics. Great everything. So that is one of my favorite songs. If you want to know... It's not my favorite song, but it is of my favorite songs. If you would like to know a specific genre, or if you just want other favorite songs of mine, I would be more than happy to tell you. I'm not really loving Moog City because it's so quiet in certain areas. And when I was listening to it off stream, I could hear it all. But a lot of what's happening in the song is very, very quiet while I'm running my mouth. Like, in other words, I can barely even hear there's a song playing at certain parts of this. It's a very, very somber song, though. Very, very, very sweet and yeah, it's a good song. I'd say it's a good song. I'm gonna move here just to help guard the pawn, and I want to get my knight out. That's the main reason, and I want to get my queen out. Now I get my rooks over on this open file, and that's what my plan is. Yeah, but I like the song. When you said rate my song, by the way. You didn't you're not C418, are you? Like, is this your song? Like, literally, did you make the song? Or is this just a song that you like and you say it's my song? Like, you know what I mean? Like, what is it? What is it? I like pushing the pawn here. I gotta say, I do enjoy pushing the pawn here. I could just develop my knight, which was the plan. But I could also just push this pawn. And I like this. I like getting this pawn out. Wild flower. I don't know who recommended this song either, but someone recommended it. It's funny. When I first started streaming, which was about 2 months ago, I had no idea because I had to have right on day one. I had stream requests open, and they were a little bit buggy, and I've improved it over time. Still, sometimes it breaks, but I had no idea 2 months in there would be a total of 1,059 songs in my streamer playlist, and that 1,059 songs would have been recommended in my channel. 64 hours and 5 minutes of music. It would take you 64 hours and 5 minutes to listen to it all, and I've listened to it all. Because every time someone has recommended a song, even songs that aren't on the playlist, I've listened to it. I've listened to everything people have recommended, and that's a lot of music. That is a lot of music. All right, now it's certainly time to get the knight out. I think knight d2 was better now that I'm looking at it. I don't like that I closed this file off. Certainly there are some outposts coming later, but yeah, I don't like that I played this move. I think now I'm gonna kind of be forced to somehow finagle it over here. Well, sure, but I mean, how long have you been building that playlist? How long, Billy, would you say you've been making that playlist? I mean, I suggested it, so my suggested song. Gotcha. I gotcha. I'm just curious because I'm not sure you know, Billy. We have 3 different people who made their own original music who have come by and suggested songs. So we've listened to 4. We've had 4 people who've made their own music who have come by and suggested it, and we've listened to it on stream. Right. 3 to 4 years for 3,000 songs. I've been streaming for 2 months. Just 2 months, and I have 1,059 songs. At this rate, I'll hit over 3,000 songs before I'm 6 months in. And I love stuff like that. I love the community aspect of doing things like that. Is this too slow? Furthermore, I'm kind of worried about this. So I think we should drop this back, then move our queen out, then move our rook over, then look to punish over here. Right, only 2 months. Only 2 months for 1,059 songs. And it started slow, too. Obviously, when I very, very first started, there wasn't a lot of people suggesting music. Okay, my opponent is looking to pick up a pawn in the center of the board. That is just fine and dandy with me. I'm going to grab this diagonal while it's available. Have a lot of interesting threats that might be coming down on that side of the board soon. My opponent wants to trade off pieces while they're ahead. Completely understandable. I'm going to push this pawn in the meantime. Well, hold on. No, there's a tactic here I got to be careful of. It's definitely a tactic I have to watch out for. Why don't I just throw in this check first? He does not have an easy block. Does not have the easiest way to block the check. He could just move his king if he didn't care about castling. His knight is still just sitting on its beginner spot. Give a check with bishop. There it is. You called it and I did it. You called it and I did. Oh, ooh, sir. This could be a problem for you. Could be. I'm not saying it is. I'm saying it could be a problem. He's forced to block with the bishop. Okay, here's my idea. I'm gonna push this pawn. Yeah, I'm just gonna push this pawn. I want this file open. I'm gonna open up this file. I'm gonna yank it open. With the knight here, I should be able to easily get f5 in, and I'm going on the attack. I'm going on the offensive. We're gonna start breaking things. We're gonna start breaking everything we can. He can obviously move the knight away, but I'm not obliged to do anything about that because I have this. So I can just continue to push pawn. Yeah, that's fine. How best to proceed? Yeah, I'm going to push this. Definitely going to push this while I still have it. I want to make sure I have this. I mean, he's got some counterplay here. I'm not saying he's cooked, but definitely applying a lot of pressure to my opponent. A lot of pressure. Now we get the check in. If he moves the bishop, this is coming. This is 100% coming. I might want to make an interim move first, actually. Now that I'm looking at it, there might be an interim move I want to make first. But we'll see. We'll see. Minimally, we could just trade and push the pawn then. We'll see. We'll see. Well, let's see what our opponent does first. There's a lot of possibilities here. I have a lot of attacks coming in. We could trade if he blocks and just pick our pawn back up, for example. That's an option. We can look for a stronger attack. He's got some blocks. There's some stuff that can happen. We might even be able to just go here. Let's just take with check and then look to play here or here, or he took with. See, I think the knight was the worst option because now I get this. Now he can't stop me from opening up this file because now I'm attacking his knight. If this was a queen here, you could just take with the pawn and have everything. But this knight is not gonna cut it. I don't think. Let's find out. What do you think is a good rating? All ratings are good. That's what I think. Chess a mate. I really think. Also, thank you and hello on YouTube. I think all ratings are good because whatever rating you are, it means that's where you will be winning half your games and finding beauty in the position. Keeping in mind, even Magnus Carlsen will lose to Stockfish almost every single game. He might pull out a draw somewhere, but Magnus Carlsen, Gukesh Dilmaraju, Hikaru Nakamura, Alireza Firouzja, all these people lose to Stockfish over and over and over and over again. So their rating is fine. You know, it doesn't mean they're bad. It just means their rating is their rating, and that's the people they play with. If you're 2,000, you play with other 2,000. If you're 1,000, you play with other 1,000. If you're 200, you play with other 200s. There's no bad ratings. I think all ratings are good. All ratings are good. No bad ratings. There's no good ratings, there's no bad ratings, I should say. No good ratings either. They're just ratings. Ratings are just there to find your family of people in the same skill. If you don't like your family and you want to move out to a family in a higher income area and play with them instead, well, then you can improve. If you just want to play for fun, if you want to start streaming, because this is what I did. I was an 1800 rated player in Blitz, and then I started streaming and I dropped to a 1600 rated player. That is an interesting move, sir. That is a very interesting move. It would be wrong for me to do this, I think, because he still can't take with a knight, and I do get it free. Actually, no. I think it is this, because if I take with this, then he recaptures. I think I do have to take here with check. Yeah, and then I pick up the knight. Actually, I might even throw in this check first.
Did you say you that have oil under your house?
I wish I had oil on my house. I'd be rich. You know what the price of oil is right now, sir? It's bananas. Oil is so expensive. I'm going to take the knight while I still can, and then look to play the queen. I don't want this queen coming in and doing any shenanigans first. You have 67 subs. I have 67 subs on YouTube. That's awesome. For just 2 months of streaming, I'd say that is pretty good. I'd say that is pretty good indeed. Okay, he has found a resource. He has found a fork, which is cool. Very cool. There's a couple ways for me to deal with that. What is the best way? What is the best way to deal with this? I like the queen
America would take it and build a Walmart over it.
Yeah, probably a Walmart. Why not a Walmart? Could be a Costco, though. Could definitely be a Costco. I'm just curious what you think is my rating. I don't know. I've never seen you play. I have never seen you play chess, mate. How would I know? How would I know what your rating is? You're watching me, so it can't be that high. You can't be a grandmaster if you're watching me. No right-minded grandmaster would come watch me play a game of chess, right? I like this move. It puts a lot of pressure on the king. Yes, I'm losing a rook, but I'm honestly, with this rook over here out of the game, right? This rook is not even in the game. So once I get my queen centralized on f5 with the bishop here, I mean, this is very dangerous for my opponent. You have 21 subs. Oh, you are also... I did not know that. Here, I can't do... Can I do shoutouts on YouTube? I don't even know if I can. Let me try. It is chess mate -i5r. Can I do that over here? Does that work? It does. No, it says it's not available. I'm sorry. I don't know why. I've never done a shout out on YouTube before. It's never happened. I've never had to deal with that before. Sorry. My opponent can block this way, but then I can just find another end road in and bring my rook over. And again, his rooks are still very passive. I have a knight coming in. I think I'm very okay in this position. Very okay. Not great. This is going to force him onto the back rank. And between this, yeah, this is very dangerous for my opponent. I'm not sure exactly how I'm going to cook my opponent here, but I think my opponent is about to be steamed and fricasseed and deep fried. Knight takes s5. Sure, I could see that. I don't think that does anything because he still has to, at the end of the day, find some way to guard over here, and it's not easy. He can't do this. This does not work because it just gets taken into a checkmate. So how does my opponent guard? No, see, that just doesn't work. It's a forced mate. Great game, though, Blunder. Great game. You almost beat me twice in a row. Very, very good game. Very good game. You got a little bit low on time, but you used your time right. You didn't run out of time, right? That means you used your time wisely. You just needed to be a little bit more protective of your king. At the end of the day, it doesn't matter how many pieces you're up if your king dies. That is the point of the game of chess, is to kill the king. Billy, would you like to play? I'm going to sit online, and I will be awaiting your challenge. I got a friend request from God's Alien. I don't know who God's Alien is, but you are now my friend. You're my friend now. You're my friend. We're going to play chess later. Thank you so much, whoever just sent me a friend request. That was very cool. If you are still around, Billy, fucking Billy, 1Pixel. That's right. I remember you being 1Pixel now. Let's play some games. Let's play some games. See, 1Pixel is 229 rated. Does that mean he's bad rated? No. Does that mean he's good rated? No. It just means that is his tribe. His tribe is the people who are about 0 to 4 or 500. That's where he plays and where he will win half his games. I try chess. I do try. I've been teaching people how to play chess ever since high school. I learned how to play chess when I was 7 from my father. I joined middle school where there was an active community, and I started playing competitively in scholastic tournaments and getting better at the game. And by the time I was in high school, I was ready to become, by my sophomore year, president of the chess club in my high school. And there was a very, very large active community. I don't know if those type of clubs are still as active now that we have the internet and we have chess online communities and everything, but it was very, very popular at the time. And I started teaching friends, coworkers, colleagues, teachers, lovers, family members, sisters, brothers, cousins, nephews how to play chess. And I've been doing it all my life. And so I can coach at a very high level. I can teach the basics, I think, pretty well to anybody who doesn't know how to play chess. And chess is an amazing game. I've heard the statistic that I believe is true, that chess, more people will learn how to move the pieces and try to play the game of chess, like just see if they enjoy it, than any other game that's ever been invented. Like more so than poker, more so than cricket, ping pong, you name it. There will be more people that try the game of chess than any other game that's ever been invented. And so I'm part of the spreading of that. I've taught people in high school. I've coached people. I've taught all kinds of people how to play chess. It is a joy to me. And the biggest thing I always hear is like why people don't want to play chess, because they're nervous and they think they're bad. And that's why I always say it's like there's no such thing. There's no bad chess players, human ones. There's no such thing as good human chess players. There's only chess players, and you play as good or bad as you want. That is the honest truth. Will you ever be the best in the world? No, probably not. But will you be the best in the world at anything? No, probably not. If you start playing chess and you quickly rise to a 2,000 rated player, or you start playing chess and you drop to a 200 rated player, all that means is now you're with people you can play with and win about half your games with. You find the beauty in individual positions and the joy and interesting attacks. And eventually, if you take it positively enough, you find joy in losing games too. The next best thing to playing a game of chess and winning is playing a chess and losing. Sometimes I get frustrated. Don't get me wrong. I used to rage hard at chess, but that was a long time ago. We don't do that anymore. I'm gonna play here. Plan to play here. Thanks, Lion, for trying to find my channel. I did try. As a matter of fact, let me open up. Let me see. I can probably view your channel here. Okay, I have your channel open. Chess Move by Move. 21 subscribers. 14 videos. You even have an endgame song and a Duolingo video. My goodness, my goodness, my goodness. I'm just gonna shout you out manually. That's what I'm gonna do. This is, if anybody wants to look at, I'm gonna shout you out on all my platforms too, on Twitch, on Kick, on YouTube. Here is Chess-A-Mate's YouTube channel. If you want to check out Chess-A-Mate, please check out Chess-A-Mate. He's got 21 subscribers and 14 videos, and looks like a pretty cool person. Thank you so much for stopping by, Chess-A-Mate, by the way. We do have open song requests. If you want to request a song, it is a great passion of mine to listen and hear what people are listening to and are motivated by. I'm going to try to trade this way with this knight. I don't want to trade on this square because I don't want to drop my knight back and I don't want to move my queen. I like my queen on these light squares, so I'm going to offer the trade with my rook instead. And my rook being on the third rank, had it right the first time, is just fine with me. Guards everything, and will later, long term, maybe even have a double up of the other rook. You're very much welcome, Chess-A-Mate. I am very happy to do so. If you come by on other channels, if you want to drop by on Twitch or on Kick, and you have a channel, if you have a channel, I don't know if you do, I'll shout you out there as well. Wherever you are. Like I've shouted you out on YouTube. If you have a Twitch account, if you have a Kick account, I will shout you out there as well. If you come by every now and then, I'll even continue to shout you out on YouTube because I think that's really cool. People who create content in general. You could be making cooking videos about how to make the world's best frittata, and I would still shout you out because I think anybody who's posting content, putting themselves out there and making cool videos should it's very hard to be discovered. I try so hard to look at people, but I seek out creators, I watch streams, I watch videos, and there's only so much time in the world. You can only do so much. And as someone who's just starting out myself, I've been streaming for 2 months, I understand how hard it is to get discoverability. And so, go around, be part of communities, like find people you interact with, people you vibe with, and see if they can support you, right? Chess-A-Mate, you're amazing. You don't have to do that, but if you would like to do that, I would be humbled and happy if you did. So thank you. I appreciate that. I'm going to take... We're entering the end game, so I don't even need to worry about castling anymore. I don't need to worry about protecting my pawn structure as much. So I'm going to play f3 now because it doesn't matter if I weaken this square. It does shut out the enemy's knight. And I have an amazing knight over here that's going to have all kinds of jumps later. So I'm just going to focus on that. Let's move the king over here to protect so I can reveal the knight as well. My king is better placed on f2 than g2. So if he wants to trade his knight off, I'm okay with that. That is just fine with me. I'd probably prefer to be traded off over here though, just to keep this open, just to open up the file though. Should I do that? Tough decision. Not sure. Not sure. I think I'm just gonna let it be traded where it's at. Actually, if he wants to trade the knight off, that's fine. I think the knight is more valuable in these positions. The knight has a lot more maneuverability in these positions, I'd say. I'm looking to just get this pawn as advanced forward as possible so I can eventually play c6 and try to put a lot of pressure on that a file. My opponent is relatively weak on all sides of the board. He's got 4 pawn islands. This is an island. This is an island, this is an island, and this is an island. There are my pawns are just like completely connected. They're versatile, they're maneuverable, they're all synergetic and protecting each other. So it's fine. Even if he takes the bishop, and over here, this is still just connected pawns. Very, very hard to find a weakness in that position. I'm just not in a mood for this type of music. I don't dislike this music. I'm just not in the mood for it. Let's find out what else we got. TikTok by Blueface. Let's see what this is about. Well, I was planning on moving the knight anyway. Might as well move it now. Threatening here. If here, then here. And I think we still win the pawn. Okay, but he chooses to go into the corner. That's fine. Now I pick up this pawn. I'm okay with that because I'm going to have this amazing pass pawn. I saw that was a possibility. I'm like, well, let's go for it. Let's go for it. Because now how do you stop this pawn? It's going to be very hard. See, if he takes, see, I'm gonna let him have it, because if he takes it, how is he gonna get back for the queen? How is he gonna do it? How is he gonna get back here now? His bishop is still on the starting square. His rook is out of the game. His knight is on the edge. If you've ever heard the saying, a knight on the rim is dim, this is exactly what they're talking about. This knight is only attacking 4 squares, and most of them are empty. If you have a knight in the center of the board, like let's say his knight was here, right? Then it would be attacking 8 squares. It would be double the agency, and it'll be doing a lot. This is just a stall move. It doesn't really do anything, and to be honest, I'm just going to take it now, and because he's looking to move his king up and prevent that square, and so I'm just going to throw the check in now and stop him from doing it. I could honestly just sack and still win this game, but we'll play it a little bit more precisely. Let's save our queen off the back rank. So the rook is no longer attacking it, and then we'll pick up the free bishop on the b4 square. That was an interesting resource, though. That was a good stall tactic. Oh, okay, he can do that. I didn't see that. That's fine. Let us just move the queen to the center. Just attacking absolutely everything. The rook to a7 is a real threat now. Really has to be careful of all the different threats. There you go. 72 subs now. Thank you so much, Chessamate. You are so amazing. Thank you so much for all that. This is attacking the queen, but it's dropping the rook. And you have... It probably doesn't matter at this point, Billy. It probably doesn't matter at this point, but do use your time. You have 5 minutes left. Watch your time. Yes, you took my rook back, but you don't want to be engaged in trades with me right now. You are behind. You need to find more threatening resources. I think that drops the rook. Which is, again, why you want to avoid trading generally, unless it's, like, sizable. Like, even trading up, like, a bishop for a rook, it doesn't cut it. You need to find a way to win a queen. You need to find a way to get a mate threat going. It's just not quite enough. But to be fair, there wasn't probably anything you could have done in this position. I really like your icon, by the way, the brilliant. That's very cute. I like that quite a bit. Okay, and now we pick that up. And I'm going to try to finish this game as efficiently as I can. Let's move on to cover this. And we're going to be looking to come in and finish the game. So it's check. And it's either block here, depending on what she does. And then eventually it'll be checkmate on the h7 square. I think, right? Oh, I guess he can move forward. No, he can't move forward now. Yeah, just check and mate, right? Yes. Very good game, Billy. Very good game. Very good game. You played very well. Let me tell you. You stayed in there the whole game. Found a lot of neat resources. Found some counterplay. Very good game. I mean, for a 200 rated player, I'd say that was amazing. Do you know what is a FIDE rating? I do know what a FIDE rating was. I was a FIDE rated player for many, many years because I went and played in the United States Chess Congress. That was the name of the tournament. It was held in Philadelphia. It probably still is, but I've stopped paying attention to it ever since I stopped being a member of the United States Chess Federation. I played in all kinds of tournaments. Kept my rating up, my FIDE rating. I think I peaked in FIDE. I think my peak FIDE reading, and I didn't play a lot of FIDE, to be clear, so I couldn't get my rating but so high, but I think my peak FIDE rating was 1750. And what I will tell you, and anyone else would say the same thing, like if you asked Sakaru Nakamura, if you asked anyone, like anyone who knows anything about FIDE and chess, they will tell you that FIDE ratings are generally lower than your chess.com rating. So if I'm 1750 over the board in person, then it's probably closer to 1850, 1900. But that was when I was young and I was incredibly into the game. I was going to chess camps. I was studying constantly. That was a while ago. That being said, more than happy to move back here. More than happy to move back here. But yeah, I had a FIDE rating. Do you have a FIDE? Do you have a FIDE rating, Chessamate? Do you know what FIDE is? Do you know what a FIDE rating is? Kai has returneth, and he is recommending songs. Kai, we're actually past stream time. We are going to be playing this game. This is our last game of the day for the morning. Sorry, this is our last game of the morning. So if you're going to join the giveaway, because you can't be here later, now's the time. If you want to request a song, now's the time. Because we are officially over the end of stream time. And after this game, we will be ending stream. But thank you so much. Thank you so much for the song request, Kai. I love your music. I'm adding that to the permanent queue, which we're now up to 1,060 songs. I love that so much. Thank you, everyone, for all the song requests. It means a lot to me. Yes, I am FIDE rated 1729, 1720. So that means you're probably online, right? Like, I'm willing to bet your chess.com rating is probably like the 1900s, I would bet. Right? Does that sound right? Like, are you about a 1900 player online? That would be my guess. That would be my guess. I want to just find a good square overall for my knight. It will be very hard to remove here. And it will be able to attack both sides of the board. That's what I'm saying. Keep your knights off the edge of the board. And you will do just fine. That's fine. I'm just moving my king into the corner. He is quite well protected behind all these pawns. 24. Yeah. I have not played FIDE rated matches or United States Chess Federation matches since the last Philadelphia United States Chess Congress, which is the name of the tournament that I played in, and I think was the last time I played an official FIDE sanctioned match was 2010, maybe. So it's been 14-ish years. I wasn't at my peak at that time. I think I peaked around 2006, 2007.
Morning Lime.
Jace, good morning to you. Good morning. How are you doing in Texas? Are you getting a great workout in? Are you working hard to become the best athlete you can possibly be? I'm going to push F5 to trap this bishop here and ask him where he's going. How is he going to guard this bishop? How are you going to guard this bishop? He can't go back no more because now I cut off he's come in and I've closed the door. So how will he get out of here? He's like, he thinks I was trapped in here with him. He's trapped in here with me. How are you going to save your bishop now? Thank you so much for the song request. We're going to finish this game, listen to this music, and then we're going to end it for the morning. Jace, I am just wrapping up my morning. As you know, it is Sunday. I don't stream at my normal time on Sunday. I've got family and volunteer obligations that I'll be taking care of. But I will be back on to the...
Heck Yim, point to workout in like 5 hours.
Wow, that's you're going to work out in 5 hours, or you're working out for 5 hours? I missed that part. Okay, my opponent has found an interesting resource. Like, he's like, I can just like come in and protect. And I'm like, well, I can just take. Oh yeah, well yeah, but it's protected by the queen. I'm like, yeah, well, all that's true, but you know what else is true? You know what else is true? I can just go here. I can just go here. And then how are you going to protect your knight? I mean, then how are you going to protect your bishop? Because now I've got 1, 2, 3 defenders. You got 1, 2, 3 attackers. And so I can protect this on the F5 square. So how are you getting your bishop out? How is that bishop getting out of this? He's in the Thunderdome. The bishop has entered the Thunderdome. You see this? This is the Thunderdome. And his bishop came into the Thunderdome. And I closed the door and I asked him, are you ready to rumble? And oh, he's trading down. He's trading down. He's like, I lost the bishop, so I'm going to trade down now. It's very dangerous, very risky. That's a bold strategy. Let's see if it works for him. Let's see if it works for him. Yeah, I peaked 2020th in Blitz and 1900. See, didn't I call it? Didn't I call it, Chesamate? Whatever you are in FIDE rating, add about 200 elo to that, and that's about where you'll be online.
I think I'm going to create a hardcore world or...
In Minecraft? In Minecraft or in, let's see, what else has a hardcore world? In Hytale? What are you playing that is going to be that? Okay, now, see, this is a good move with the idea that now you have 2 defenders, right? You have 2 defenders, 2 attackers, so it looks like I can't take this pawn. And you're right. And you are right. However, there's a caveat. I can take this pawn.
Yep, in MC.
I can take this pawn now. And I'm going to take this pawn because if you take back, then we just trade rooks. You get a rook, I get a rook, but I got a pawn in the process. And now your knight kind of stuck, or at least until you move this, because you know how you defend knight. You can't move knight because then take. And now I'm threatening more pieces, so there's a lot of threats happening. Yeah, in Minecraft, that's cool. I think I missed something there. Did I miss something? I peaked 2020. Blitz. Jace. Yeah, I know. I'm going to. Oh, okay, cool, cool, good sir. Jace, look, get on Jace now because that man is going to be one of the best football players you have ever seen. It's only a matter of time. So if you want to know an NFL star before he was, if you want the rookie card, if you want first access to Jace's rookie tops card, now is the time to get to know Jace because that man is going places. Bubbly, thank you so much for the song request. I really do appreciate that. I do remind you, though, after this game, we're going to listen to what music is in queue, so I probably wouldn't recommend any more right now, Kai. I do apologize. I will be on later. Like, if you are on later, like, let's see, I will be coming back online 9 hours from now. 9 hours from now, I will be coming back online. But I think that's probably, you could probably, if you wanted to recommend one more, you can. You certainly could, actually, now that I'm looking at it. I've added those to the permanent playlist. We now have 1,062 songs, 64 hours of music. Y'all are amazing. You really are amazing.
At Ulti 14 Jace, I'll ask my friends, cause we are doing a multiplayer one.
Knight to B2. Knight to B2 was a good move. You're right. I probably should play Knight to B2. We can play it. Well, there is this, though. It is just a trade, to be fair. But, I mean, trades are good for me. I can also play this with check, but then the king can come in weird ways. You know, they're all good moves, though. These are all good moves. Yeah, I'll tell you what. Well, let's just simplify. Let's just take the knight. And then we can just trade this way with the fork.
Ending with the GOAT.
How does that, Chesamate? You're a higher ranked player than me. Does that look like a clean enough way to end? Peach Eyes! I love Peach Eyes by Wave to Earth. That is an amazing song. Thank you. That is definitely one of the greatest that you have ever recommended on the channel. Sometimes we drink water in weird ways. And my opponent is just not going to have enough ability to do anything here. By the time he even comes close to my pawns, his pawns are going to be all gone and the game is going to be over. So now we just shove our pawns. I'm not too worried about this guy doing anything. My king, like I said, my king has just been chilling here in the corner all game. I put him in the corner. You know, I put him in the corner and he's like, yeah, I'm okay. I'm okay. I'll just chill here the rest of the game. Was it okay? I mean, both moves won, right? Like, your move was good, my move was good. Was one more precise? Maybe, but does it really matter? Not really. They're both good. They're both good. They both cleanly end. So we just get our queen. We ignore everything else. Let's see here. It's pretty good. See if we can end this relatively cleanly here. Is there a better way to do this? I don't know. Let me bring my king in to help. I guess we'll go here. Yeah. And then force him over. Forcing him over. Good game. Good game. Good game. Thank you so much, Billy. Fucking Billy over here. Absolutely played amazing. Played well above a 200 rated player. Well above. Billy, you just need to play more games. Don't play Bullet. Don't play Blitz. And do your puzzles. If you don't have time for survival, if you can't do survival every day, do just the 5-minute one. I wouldn't recommend doing any more than that. Like, don't spam puzzles either, but just do some tactics training at some point in the day and then just play more games. Don't worry about focusing on any one thing. You don't need to focus on openings. You don't need to learn a new opening. You don't need to learn specific tactics or end games. Just play more. Play, and you will get better. And do your daily puzzle, and you are going to be absolutely amazing. Thank you so much. What do I think your age is? Okay, based on just what little I know about you. Just based on what very little I know about you, how you talk, your emote usage, your chess channel, how many videos up there, I'm gonna say you are 24 years old. Chessmate, are you 24 years old? Jace, we will listen to your song as well. I don't know. I really do need to get off. I am also I'm sorry, Jace. I do apologize. I will keep Janice, the song by Drake, in the queue, but Peach Eyes is gonna be the last song because there's still a couple minutes left on it. I really am going late. What the ad break? I'm calling. It says 1 minute, but it says it's gonna be 3. I do apologize, Jace. I don't want ads on my channel. I would disable them if I can. I'm just not. I can't disable them. They're just there. Chessamate, thank you for coming by.
I didn't get the AD because I have an ad blocker, hee hee.
There you go. I don't mind if people want to use ad blockers, use them. I think YouTube doesn't like that. I think Twitch doesn't like that. But I'm not going to complain about it. I'm not going to complain. It doesn't offend me if you are using one. So if you want to support the channel and watch ads, I mean, I'd be grateful for it, but I'm certainly not going to ask you to do that. That's for darn sure. Let me switch my scene back to the original and just go over what we are doing in later today and what's generally happening. It's your last chance to join the giveaway. If you're not going to be here later this evening, I am going live again today, 8 p.m. to midnight Eastern Standard Time. If you are available and would like to see more chess content and some variety, I will be doing chess and then variety this evening. We have always open song requests. Always please do that. But it is your last chance to join the giveaway for now. My schedule is linked down below. I've got these new fancy panels by an amazing artist from Digital Sponge named Scarlett. If you ever need panels or artwork, then I highly recommend. We've got all kinds of upgrades going. We added new voices. We have new voices. We have Bart Simpson. We have Donald Trump. We have Barack Obama. We have all these SpongeBob voices, Gladys. We've got just random voices. And if you like your own voice, like if you really would like a voice just named after you, it's not your voice, but if you like a voice that has your name on it or is inspired by you, let me know. We have a Discord. If you'd like to join it, drop suggestions, games you'd like to play, questions you'd like to have. There's actually a decent amount of activity on there that I was not suggesting. Hey, fucking Billy with the SpongeBob. So, oh, I'm sorry, Jace. I do apologize about the ads. I really do. We are just getting ready to get off. I am so sorry about the ads. I am so sorry. There's just nothing I can do about it. I'm gonna pause. I'm gonna pause the Spotify there and just while we finish up, and I'm hopefully gonna wait until Jace finishes with his ads. I've got
Where are you going?
I've got to take care of some family business. I always have family business on Sundays, and I have some volunteer work as well, but I'll be back. I'll be back later this evening, and then starting tomorrow, I will be back on the normal weekday schedule of 2 to 6 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, every day, every single day, 2 p.m. to 6 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. Sometimes I will join on the mornings. Sometimes I will join on the evenings. I'll let you know when they happen, but those aren't scheduled. Those are not scheduled streams. If they happen, they happen. But normally my schedule is 2 to 6 p.m., 6 days a week. And then on Sundays, a little different. Sorry, Jace. I'm pausing your song because I really do have to go. I have some things. No saxophone today, Billy. I've got so many things to do. I'm not
saxophone today.
I'm not sure anybody wants to see saxophone either. Do you guys actually want to see me play the saxophone? Like, really? I'm not good. I'm not good. There will be a lot of missed notes. It's like I don't spend. I should be practicing every day, but I don't. I practice on my own time. When I need to. I haven't practiced in like 3 days, but I do practice at least a couple times a week. I can play some very basic songs, and I can do some very basic scales. If you actually are interested in that, I will make time. I will. But we have games to play. Don't know how much people really want to hear me play some really crappy saxophone, but if you are interested in that, I will make sure it happens. But in the meantime, I have to go. I will be back on later tonight and at 8 to midnight Eastern Standard Time, and then tomorrow 2 to 6 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. There is a giveaway happening on the 31st, $25 Steam gift card, and I think that's it. If anybody, and I hope you guys have a wonderful Sunday if I don't see you again. I hope you had a wonderful weekend, and I hope you have a wonderful week. I'm taking off. Bye.